I'm having a little bit of trouble getting everything up and running here, folks. Give me just a second. I will be with you.
Hey, Peter.
Thank you.
Thank you
No,
for that.
unfortunately, it all seems to be at
Just
my
letting you know
end,
that we're
where
here if you need us.
first off, my computer locked up twice, and then my camera wasn't working. So I seem to have beaten it into submission for now, and I'm just seeing what I have to do to get the camera up on.
Okay. Okay.
It's not my webcam, so I still don't have my webcam.
See the drop down next to the camera
Yep,
pod?
but I enable.
Okay. Select camera. What
Select
devices do you
camera
have
is
there?
grayed out, which is my problem.
Yeah, it's grayed out because you can't select it while you have it shared. How about now?
And let me try that again. Select camera, and it should be using SparkleCam video. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're up and running. So,
Okay. Consider this your audio check. You're good to go. You're welcome.
Well, that was more fun than almost anything I haven't done in a long time. Okay, so I believe that for every drop of rain that falls, a flower grows, and that everybody can log in to Learn on Demand. So let me just check to see if that's true. So the URL we want to use is in your chat window. Now, 1 second, let me just clean it up a bit. There we go. So that should take you to the Learn on Demand site, and I will demonstrate that by going to the Learn on Demand site. Everyone should now be able to sign in. So I'm going to sign in with my email address and my password. And once you're signed in, you should be able to go to My Calendar and start the lab for this course. So let me do that again. So first I went to LearningTreeLearnOnDemand.net. Then I signed in. Once I'd signed in, there was the email and username. Once I'd gotten to the sign-in screen. When this came up, I went to My Calendar, and I found the course we are taking this week. I then clicked on the course we're taking this week, and I believe everybody should have been able to get to this screen. Put into the chat window if you have not. Scroll down, and where you see the launch button, and I realize your screen looks slightly different from mine because I'm the instructor, but find the launch button and click the launch button. Now this can take a while, don't panic. So there is the screen the way you saw me have it yesterday. Oh gee, now that's just a great way to start the morning right there. So you should have a screen that looks something like this. You won't have the big green choice there if this is the first time you've been on this site. As I say, if make this window as big as you can. You want as much screen space as you can while you're doing the exercises, so make that as big as you can. If you find that you've got a big border around this screen, come up to the display menu choice and pick Fit Window to Machine. And that should give you the biggest screen that you can get. And I see Stephen is typing. So after you log in to Learn on Demand, you get a message that page not found. Okay.
Yeah, that's
right.
That's
outside of my control, so I'm going to... Hey, at least you can log in. What's the URL? What's the URL for that page not found message? Can you copy that and paste it in the chat window?
Yeah.
Second. What happens if you, Stephen, what happens if you click the refresh button?
Let's see. Nothing. It's just same thing.
Oh yeah, that sure is the Learn on Demand.
So is that LMS? Is that right?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, that doesn't.
Try
so the first
this one.
URL.
Try that. Now that you've successfully logged in, try that URL.
Oh my goodness.
So
this page isn't working. Okay. Yeah, just give me a different error saying this page isn't working.
All right, do me a favor. Close down the browser, open the browser up again, and let's go through the login process together. So I'm just trying to get a good understanding of the problem so I can report it well. So you go to learningtree.learnondemand.net and you get this screen. Okay? You click sign in. Well, that didn't take me any time at all, did it? So there I'm getting, sorry, page you requested could not be found. So I'm going to come up over here. I notice there's another login link in the upper right corner. So I'm going to pick that one. Same problem.
Right. So now I hope I haven't gotten you messed up now. That would really stink.
Oh, I think you have. I don't think there's any way around it. I will blame you for this. But this is a Learn on Demand issue, isn't it now? All right, I've got thing is, I have an advantage over you. I've got my lab up and running, and that's in a separate window. So while we're sorting this out, for those of you who are able to successfully get this up, if you haven't done already, can you click the Download Lab Files to F Drive button? And as we saw, that will take a while to run. So, but let's click that and get those lab files downloaded to your machine.
All right, I don't know what I just did, but it got me to the right page and when I logged in again. So
excellent.
I don't know. Just gonna go with it. So.
All right, I'm just going to take one more crack because I am a little uncomfortable with the fact that I don't have a Learn on Demand window open. So I'm just going to see if I can get into it. Because I would feel more comfortable if nope, I can't. Okay, well, I guess I've got this. I guess I got to be happy. Do me a favor, folks. Let me close that down. If you look up here on your Anywhere window, you can see there's an icon. Looks just like me. It's a raise hand. Click the drop-down arrow. You'll see that there's a choice that says Agree. If you have successfully downloaded the F drive files, can you click that Agree icon? So up here, where you see that raise hand icon, click the drop-down list beside it and pick Agree. I'm just going to wait quietly until everybody has had a chance to get those F files downloaded, those F drive files downloaded. I'm going to put this back. I'm going to run it myself to give me some idea, because people get pulled away and stuff. So I can give some idea of how long it takes. Yeah, gradually everybody's getting them downloaded. Yeah, Kyle, you're not the first person. As I say, typically when we go through this, somewhere between 10 and 20% of the people who go through the process find that they can't, they don't end up with the right license. It's nothing you've done. It's just it just seems to be random. So Kyle, can you do me a favor? Up here in the hamburger menu, can you pick End to close off your lab session, and then it will pop up a dialog box and ask if you want to discard your lab, and you do. I think the word they use is discard, and then start your lab session again, if you don't mind. So go to the hamburger menu up here on the instructions, pick End, and throw away the your lab session, and then come back in. And wait for us. We'll do it all together. Yo, Jacob, what's up?
Good morning, Peter. Excuse me. So I tried to go in there before the course and set everything up, and I just wanted to make sure that I was on track. I do have the ability to an admin account to be able to create an environment, but we're going to be working in PowerApp.
Well, wait for a second. I'm going to show you. Okay. I'm going to show you how you can check it. So just hang tough, and I will show you exactly how you can check that.
In addition, do you mind providing us with the GitHub for the lessons? I know you mentioned it yesterday. I must have missed it somehow.
Yeah, you did. Rather than give you the URL, because I won't remember that, what I do is I just do a search on GitHub, the number of this course, PL400, and instructions. And it will be the first or second item on a Google search. So do a search on GitHub PL400 instructions, and that will take you there. No problem.
Got it, sir. Thank you.
All right. So if the F files haven't fully downloaded, don't worry. Let's go on, and because I want to find out how many people are having the problem that Kyle's having. So click Next. Now, if you did this with me yesterday, sit out the next part. If, however, you've waited until today to do this, then play along with me right now. So the first thing we're going to do is start up a browser. And in the address bar, we're going to use, in step 2, we're going to use this type option in the address bar to take us to the PowerApps trial offer. So I'm going to hit the Enter key, and that will bring us to the Trial Apps Power Offer. Click on Start Free. Now, if you did this yesterday, as I say, don't do this again. Just wait it out. But if this is your first time through. Now, you're going to find that you need to do, because I've done this twice already, you're going to find that you need to enter your user ID. That's on the Resources tab, and where it says username. I think they actually ask for your email, but that's what you want to put in. You want to put in that username. So just click on the T for type and put in the username. And then it will tell you you already have an account. Yeah. And that's right. You should already be set up. You haven't been given a PowerApps license, but you've been set up as admin. So yes, I am right. It asks for work email. Put in that admin address. Then it's going to ask you for the password. Again, go to your Resources tab and use the type in feature to put in that horrible password. Once you've got through that login process, and I guess this is the point at which it'll tell you you already have the account, click on the Get Started button. And your choice, what you want to do about, do you want to stay logged in? I think you do want to stay logged in. Do you want the browser to save your password? I think you want the browser to save your password, especially because it is so dreadful. It is particularly dreadful.
I'm sorry,
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you said that to get our sign in from somewhere.
Go to the Resources tab. That's what they want. That's the email address they want you to put in. And you can just use the type button to type in the email address. And that's the password that they want. When they ask for the password, you can use that to put in the password.
How do I get to the Resources tab?
So, are you in the Learn on Demand environment? Because you have to be in Learn on Demand for this to work. And you should, over here down the right-hand side, you should have the exercises. Okay, so you have the instructions down the right-hand side. And at the top,
yes.
Is there a tab that says Resources? Right at the top, right beside the instructions? There you go.
Yes. Okay.
Rock on. The scary thing is, by this afternoon, this is all going to be second nature. We will have thoroughly indoctrinated you by the time we're done. All right. So we're just going to wait for everybody to get through this process of getting to the make.powerapps page. Now, how can you tell if the rest of this is going to work? In other words, what's the problem that Ryan and William have been affected with? Up here in the right-hand corner, that's your initials. The username you've been given is mod administrator. You just wonder what kind of parents would have named their kid Mod, but I guess if your last name is administrator. So if you click on that icon in the upper right-hand corner that says MA and pick View Account, View Account, you should get this set of tiles. If you scroll down at the end of the tiles, you will find a tile labeled Subscription with it says View. So click on View. So let me do that again. Go to the upper right-hand corner where it says MA, click on MA, click on View Account, then scroll down till you see Subscriptions and click on View. The subscription that you need to have is Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 Trial. It may not be right at the top. You may have to scroll down to see it. But you definitely need that Microsoft Apps Plan 2 Trial. So who does not have a Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 Trial? Can you put your name in the window? I suspect Ryan and William are both about to tell me that they do not have that.
I'm sorry, I'm still not logged in.
Sorry, who am I talking to here? Hi, John.
This is John.
Oh, I thought you were able to log in. My apologies. I thought you got in this morning.
No, I'm logged into the. I'm just trying to sign in to follow these instructions.
Okay, tell you what, give me a second. Don't go away. Oh, no.
Just a couple of steps ago, you lost me because I couldn't.
All right, give me a second. I'll be right there. Let me just see if I can get back to Learn on Demand, because I can surf to. If I can do that, I can surf to your machine, and we can see what's going on. Okay, I can't do that. So tell you what, let me do it this way. So I'm going to close this down. First off, so you can start a browser. In Learn on Demand, you can start a browser, and you can get to that admin. Sorry, that's not the one I want to get to. You can get to the PowerAppsMicrosoft.com page. Okay, so the easiest way to do that, you've got the browser up, and then you click the T, and it brought up this page. We hit the Enter key. And now we've got this Start Free. So we click on the Start Free. I think I've just finally caught up with you, right? And it wants you to put in an email address. So for the email address, go to your Resources tab, and where it says Username, use the T.
I didn't see Start Free. Problem. I didn't see Start Free.
You don't see the Start Free. So you don't see this screen or this button. Okay, first thing, let's check. Are you on the powerapps.microsoft.com site? So you should be on powerapps.microsoft.com.
Okay, I saw it. I was looking at the wrong part of the screen. All right, now.
So now click Start Free. And it wants you to put in an email address. Use this one over here on the Resources tab. And then it's going to ask you for a password. Put that in. Actually, and the password is actually cleverly called password, which is sort of a nice change. And then click the Get Started button. And you should be, waiting for it, you should be on this page. Were you able to successfully get to this page? What's happening?
Setting up your account, create your account, next. Get started. Sorry, I may be getting that page.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Make power up. Yeah, it's just
excellent.
Refreshing.
Okay, so next thing to do, come up here to where it says MA. Click on that. Click View Account.
I got it. Sorry, there's been a disconnect.
Refresh will fix that.
Refresh.
Bet you anything. Great.
Okay, I'm there.
Go to that icon in the upper right-hand corner that says MA and click on that, and then pick Account. If you scroll down, you should find a tile that says Subscriptions. Click on View.
I've got some.
Kyle, that start free step. That if you skip that, you won't get the license. If you skip the start free step, you won't get the license. Okay, so interestingly enough, when you click on the subscriptions, it takes you to this screen where you get to click on subscriptions again. You'd think clicking on subscriptions would bring you to your subscriptions, but you would be wrong. So now click on this View Subscriptions button, and you should see this Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 trial. And if you see that Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 trial, you are good to go. So Bill can't get that license. Oh, so Bill's got the license. Great. Excellent. Okay, so now I'm only interested in one case. Kyle accepted. Does everybody else have the Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 trial? Sorry, what was that, John?
I never saw subscriptions. I may be on the wrong page. MakePowerApps.com. I had a bunch of junk on my screen. I couldn't.
So go to the icon here. Pick View Account.
I'm sorry. I was looking at my screen, so I didn't see.
Alrighty. So go to the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and you will.
I don't have.
So in. You're not on the Make Power Apps page.
I'm on MakePowerApps.com.
Great, that's exactly where you want to be. Now, up here in the upper right-hand corner, there's an icon that says MA. Click that.
Yep, let's click that.
Click.
Now I've got a.
You pick View Account.
View Account, okay.
And then scroll down, and you'll find a tile labeled Subscriptions. Click on View.
Got it.
And it doesn't actually take you to your subscription. Oh, it does now. There you should see Microsoft Power Apps Plan 2 trial. Okay, great.
Okay.
Now, Kyle, I think what you need to do is you need to come up here to the hamburger menu, pick End. It's going to pop up and ask you if you want to discard or throw away or do you want to save. And in any case, you don't want to save your lab. So pick Discard your lab and then come back in. And when you come back in this time, make sure you click on that Start Free button. And I think that will solve your problem. Oh, well, there you go. Who cares?
I just had to sign back out, sign in again to the browser, and then it showed up.
Oh, well, my solution was much more complicated. Well, of course, that's the solution for every problem, isn't it? Shut down the browser, bring it back up again, you'll be fine. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create, remember, when you go in, you have initially an environment, and it'll be labeled default. If you look up here in your Power Apps page, you can see that that default environment. You're not allowed to do anything with it. It's purely an administrative thing. So the first thing we're going to do is create an environment that we can actually work in. So over here in the instructions on the right, And I just realized, I bet I haven't turned on one of my options with all the rebooting I was doing. I betcha I didn't. Oh, no, I did. Okay, good. We're going to go to a different site now. Now, what I would do if I were you, I would stay on this page and type in the URL you see here. So in exercise 2, it says exercise 2, task 1, create an environment. Let's go to this URL. So I'm going to type that in, and I'm going to hit the enter key. Now this is the administration site for the Power Platform, and you can see that in the URL. The URL is admin.powerplatform. And this is where you go typically to create environments. You don't have to do it this way. When you go to create your very first solution, it will give you an option to create an environment right there. It's sort of a handy shortcut. Unfortunately, you only get that option once, and as I've tried to suggest, you probably want more than one environment. So this is where you will go to create environments. Unfortunately, you can only create environments if you are a global administrator. And in your organization, you're probably not. So you'll either have to be given the permission to create new environments, or you'll have to get somebody to create environments for you. And we heard yesterday about how often you're not allowed to create as many environments as you'd like. Anyways, what we're going to do now is we're going to create your dev environment for you. So you'll notice when you arrive on this page, it defaults to the Environments tab. It defaults to the Environments page. And that's mostly what you do on this site, quite frankly. So what we're going to do, come up here to where it says plus new, and we're going to click on that, and that will start the process of creating a new environment. Now, let's give your environment a unique name, put in your initials, and then follow that with DEV, dev. So I would put in PHV dev. Then we're going to pick the environment we want. And make sure you pick the trial environment. Don't pick trial subscription-based, because you don't have a subscription. That won't end well. Pick the trial environment. So it just says plain old trial. If it says trial subscription-based, you picked the wrong one. Pick the one called trial. And the nice thing about this is it just cleans up after itself in 30 days, and quite frankly, everything we're doing here is throwaway anyway, so we're good with that. We're going to leave the region at United States, even if you aren't in the U.S. We're going to leave the region at United States. And then it comes down here and says, create a database for this environment. Click yes. Now, we could connect to a data, and in our production environment, that's what we would do. We would connect to an existing database. But in a trial or development environment, often you want to have a local database, local to your environment, that you can work with. So then click Next. We're going to set one thing on here. No, we're not. We're going to leave all of this exactly the way it is, and we're going to click Save. I can't click Save because I've already created this. So click Save, and it will create your environment. So now you have two environments. You have that administrative environment called default, and you have your dev environment with your initials in front of it. From here on in, whenever the instructions say use your dev environment, they mean that environment with your initials in dev. So for instance, right here in step 3, where it says your dev environment, they mean that environment you just created. Notice you're not going to be allowed to create another trial environment, even if you wanted to. You're only allowed one trial environment. Other choices, we've got Sandbox. That's a great choice for development. I have to admit, on my client site, I'm always creating production environments because, quite frankly, they're easier to create. Eventually, my clients are going to notice, you know, really, Peter, you're just here to do development. You should be creating Sandbox environments. But they haven't noticed yet, so I'm going to keep on doing that. Now, It may take a couple of minutes for your environment to provision. I'm going to skip taking you through the settings. You don't care. Instead, let's go back to our make.powerapps.com page. So I'm going to go back to make.powerapps.com. And I can navigate away from my admin page. The provisioning will still happen. It'll still create that environment. That's all happening in the background. One of the things you learn about Azure and Microsoft is nothing happens immediately. Everything takes a while. So when you arrive back here, you should find that if you click on your environments, you will have two environments, the default one you started with and the one you just created. Let's switch to that one you just created. And you can always tell which environment you're in just by looking up here on the top bar where it says environment PHP, in my case PHP dev. All right, so there we go. We've now successfully licensed ourselves, I hope. We have set up our dev environment where we're going to do most of our work. We're ready to go on to our first lab. So down here at the bottom of the instructions, click Next. And this will bring us to our first set of our first lab. The one I was hoping to do yesterday just before or after lunch. Anyway, we all have dreams. Some of them come true. Now notice they've got some notes up here. If you're unable to find a tables entry, check for entities. If you do not see a column option, check for fields. Now why are they telling you this? They're telling you this because of this change that was made late last year. They renamed everything. Many of the user interfaces in Power Apps have seen this change. Many have not. And we're going to see some examples of that this morning. We're going to see some examples this morning where they're still using entities, and we're going to see some places where they're using the hot new terminology, which is tables. The good news is the Learn on Demand people have rewritten the instructions so that the instructions use the new terminology. The instructions actually match the user interface. The instructions say table when the user interface says table, and the instructions say entities when the user interface says entities. So yay for Learn on Demand. However, Microsoft has not updated the screenshots. So as a result, we're going to find that the screenshots won't always match our user interface. You'll see some examples of that too. Okay, so let's scroll down. I'm not going to bother explaining the sample application to you right now. I'm going to explain the sample application as we build it out, as we construct it in this exercise. So come down here to where it says exercise number 1, create environments and solution, and we look at this, and well, we've already done all this. We've already created the environment. Oh, but look down here. They want us to create the prod environment, and I think this is exactly the right thing to do. We should have a development environment that we work in and a production environment that we build things in. So how are we going to do that? We're going to go back to our admin page. So I'm going to come up here and I'm going to go admin, powerplatform.microsoft.com, or I could have it typed in for me using that T option, whichever makes sense to you. Now that you've been there once, the browser will prompt you for it, but you can also use the key for typing it in. And then hit the enter key, and back we go to our admin site. Some of this stuff I just do so we get comfortable moving around, folks. I realize it doesn't make any sense. And as I say, if we're going to create an environment, we have to be on the admin site to create an environment. So let's add a new environment. So we come up here and we click plus new. And we're going to call this environment, yo, Bill, what's up?
I just wanted to point out there was the link above to navigate to the community plan
Yeah,
above.
yeah.
I was following these instructions
Yeah.
earlier, and I noticed it had a link to go to a web page to create that production
Yeah.
environment.
Yeah.
Is that not?
Oh, well, that's great.
Right?
You can do that if you want to. And it's not the site that I use. I figure we'll spend all of our time in the admin site or the or the Make Power platform. So I'm trying to twist these around to what I think will be the common practice you'll use, which is the admin site or the Make one.
Okay.
But there's nothing wrong with going to Power Plant. Here, let's take a look at it as long as we're here. So I'm going to go to the community plan. And this will, notice we've got a create an individual environment here. Mm-hmm. And we click that. And it knows who we are, region. And if we come down here and click accept, it will create our prod environment for us. And it's a nice little shortcut, right? Mm-hmm. And when it's done, nice thing, it puts us back on the make.powerapps.com. So, and you'll notice, by the way, we now have 3 environments. We now have, it hasn't shown up yet. Remember, nothing happens immediately. And I jumped the gun. It's still I think it's still provisioning it in the background. So, and as I say, normally the way you do it is you go to admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com. Once you got there.
I'm just wondering what was the advantage between the link and what you were about to do with just creating a blank production environment?
As near as I can tell, none. See, there's the prod environment. It's created for me. It's finally finished up creating that for me. The community is, I think it's set up for people who are just getting started and playing around with Power Apps. Well, this is, I think, the way that you will normally do it. You'll go to the admin site. You'll click plus new. You will give your environment a name, and I was going to suggest mod administrators. Environment. And then down here, I was going to pick production. And that should create a production environment for you. And unfortunately, I've hit my 1 gig database capacity, so I can't create it now. Now, if we hadn't done it through the community portal, it would have this would have worked just fine. It really doesn't matter which way you go.
Okay.
And I'd completely forgotten about that 1 gig limit on the license we have. So whichever way you want, you've created a production environment. Now, right, okay. No, that is everything I wanted to say. So you'll notice I've got some messages up here. I'm going to clear those away by clicking on the X on them. So this one is going to be called, whenever in the notes they talk about the prod environment, this is the one we just created now. That's the one we're going to use. All right. Let's go back to our Power Apps environment. So we go, that's make.powerapps.com, and the browser will prompt you for that. Or you can use the type in functionality down here to get you back to make.powerapps. Oh, I see. The community one's created as a developer environment. Oh, I can see that. There we go. Again, I'm trying to make this look like how I would do it in real life, I guess. Okay. So you'll notice they want us to select our dev environment. So that's the environment with our initials dev. And you can see we're starting to get some screenshots here. And as we'll see, the screenshots don't always match our user interface. So let's create our first solution. Let's come over here to Solutions on the left-hand side. Click on Solutions. And now, if you don't have all this stuff, and the reason you don't have all this stuff, when I did it yesterday, I picked the option to copy in all the sample applications. So when you copy in all the sample applications, you get all these additional solutions. So, and they're not, I can assure you, I have pillaged them for solutions and good ideas, but they're not part of this course. So let's come up here to where it says New Solution and click on New Solution. And now we're going to create our solution. They asked you to call it Permit Management. What we're doing, the case study that we're going to use is this part of the municipal government, part of the city government, that manages building permits. So our contacts, our clients, will have buildings, and they will come to us, and they'll be looking for permits to make certain changes to their buildings. And that's going to involve them in us performing inspections. Yo, what's up?
How did you get past that 1 gig thing, selecting the production? I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I'm getting behind. And,
were you?
And I'm missing.
How many environments do you have at this point?
I have just the original and the dev, and now I'm creating.
And it's not letting you create the prod.
And it gave me the 1 gig capacity.
That's too bad. That's new. I haven't had that problem before. Oh, that's too bad. Well, in that case, we're going to have to do it through the community portal. So my apologies, guys. We're going to have to do this through the community portal. So if you would, come back.
I selected type production and not trial. I didn't know. I created the production one. And I didn't know which one to select.
Which one did you pick? Did you pick trial?
I picked productions.
Yeah. No, we'll have to do it through the community portal. They plainly reconfigured this environment so that you have to do it through the community portal. So open a tab. Go back to Exercise 1, Task 1. Click in use the type to take you to that Power Platform, admin.power platform. Oh no, I'm on the wrong exercise. Pretend I didn't say that. So, open a tab. We want to be on, sorry guys, I went back too far. We want to be on Lab 01, Data Modeling Scenario. So, scroll up to the top. If you're not on Lab 01, Data Modeling, use the next or previous buttons to get to Lab 01, Data Modeling Scenario. Once you've got to Lab 01, Data Modeling Scenario, scroll down here to where it says Create the Community Plan Environment. So I would open a new tab. And I would put in that Community Plan Environment. Now in real life, let me emphasize, this is not the way you'll do it back at work. Back at work, when you want to create a production environment, you'll go, or someone will go to the admin center, and they'll create a new environment, and they'll create it as a production environment, but they're not going to let us do that anymore. So there we go. Okay, so we put in the community plan. Let's go to that site. Click the Create an Individual Environment, and that will create the environment for you. And apparently it won't count against your 1 gig limit if you do that. So make sure you click on Create an Individual Environment. Oh, that's too bad. A little less realistic, I think. So once you've got that created, come back.
I'm sorry, I missed that list.
Sorry. So you
it's hard to see what you're doing and work at the same time because I can't see both things at the same time. I don't have dual monitors.
There you go. So did you get to the community plan page? Okay.
Yes.
Click on the Create an Individual Environment. Pick your country. And click Accept. There you go.
Got it.
All right, so now let's go back to our make.PowerApps environment. So make.power, and notice the browser will prompt you. So basically there's two sites you use. There's make.PowerApps and admin. And I only know the first 3 or 4 letters of each. I type admin. And then it shows me, or I type make. And it shows me. And we'll get back to make.powerapps.com. Once we get back to make.powerapps, over here where it says Solutions, pick Solutions. And then we're going up here where it says Add New Solution, we're going to create a solution. And we've got some instructions for what that solution should look like. So we're going to call this solution Permit Management. And as I say, it's all about managing permits and inspections for buildings, probably part of the city government. You'll notice this is the display name. This is going to show up. This is documentation. This is going to show up in user interface. Internally, it has a slightly different name. It's the same name, but with all the spaces removed. So apparently they figured we couldn't do that ourselves. Now we have to create a publisher. Publisher is going to control when we create new things. Among other things, it controls how the new things we create are named and configured. So from the publisher drop-down list, pick plus publisher, and that will let you create a new publisher. So that should open this dialog box that will let you create a new publisher. And we'll wait patiently for this to appear. By the way, this is the name of our organization up here, that horrible ORGBE followed by, that's the, that will show up occasionally. Go, what the heck is that? That's the default organization that's been set up for us. Don't panic. The publisher will eventually display. There we go. So I've got it finally. There's not a lot that we have to do here. We're going to enter as the publisher name Contoso. And we're also going to enter down here in the prefix, we're going to enter Contoso. Notice the only difference is up here in the display name we use a capital C, down here it's all lowercase. What we're going to see is every time we create something, whatever we put in here as the prefix, that will be added to the front. Not of everything, but most of the things we create. And it just lets us keep track of what belongs to us and what is built into, especially what's built into the Common Data Service. It also means that if people are starting to combine tables from several different solutions, this will help ensure that we don't end up with 2 tables called customers. We'll have one called, for instance, Contoso _ customers, another one called PHVIS _ customers or whatever. We can put in some other documentation down here if we want to, but we're not going to. We're going to scroll down, make sure there's no error messages or problems. And then we're going to come up here and pick Save and Close. Now let me warn you, there's a number of screens that at the top of them have Save and Close. Some of them, when you click the button, they will save everything, but they won't close. So you'll have to close the window by using the X in the upper right-hand corner. I think this one still works. I think if we click Save and Close, it will save our changes, and it will successfully close the window. We will find out. There we go. Now you're going to be seeing dialog boxes like this one, currently creating a new publisher all the time. And what's happening is you've been working on some page, and you've opened a new page or a new dialog box, and the system wants to make sure you don't go back to the original page and start screwing around with the original page. So what it does when you open that new page or open that new dialog box is it opens this box that says currently whatever it is you're doing. In our case, currently creating a new publisher. And it locks, it disables the whole rest of the page so that you can't make changes to it. So when you are finished, in our case, when we're finished creating a publisher, we come back here, and now to carry on, we have to close this dialog box by clicking Done. And that will free up the page so that we can make changes to it. Now that we've created our new publisher, we can select it from the drop-down list. So you should see that Contoso publisher that you just created in the drop-down list, and I think that's the only thing we do here. Yes. So let's click Create. So we have now picked a publisher for this solution. And for every solution, if you want, every solution can have a different publisher. And as I say, you can use that to control the prefix that you put in front of the things you create. And that way you'll always be able to tell when you look at something's name, you'll be able to tell what solution it came from by looking at the prefix, if you use a different publisher for every solution. Most people don't do that. They'll have a group of solutions that sort of hang together or belong together, and they'll use the same publisher for all of those solutions. But the extreme, if you wanted, you could certainly have a different publisher for every solution. All right, so now we've got our solution, permit management. Why don't we click on the solution and see what's inside of it? So up here in permit management, click on there, and now we are in the permit management solution. And as you might expect, at this point, there's nothing in the solution. Now, all that stuff we've been doing, I mean, that's all great, but this is actually where you'll spend most of your time. You spend most of your time adding components to an existing solution. Every once in a while, you'll create a new environment. Every once in a while, you'll create a new solution. Every once in a while, you'll create a new publisher to go with your solution. But most of your time is going to be spent in a solution, adding or modifying the components that make up the solution. So tell you what, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a contact. In the permit management, this represents the builders who own buildings and are looking to us for permits and inspections as part of the permitting process. So the good thing here is there's already a table that we can use for that, set up defined in the Common Data Service. Doesn't have any data in it. It's just a definition. But we can use that. So come up here to where it says plus new and pick table. Now, let me just point out, if you can see the screenshot over here on the right-hand side, you can see the screenshot still says entity. The instructions have been updated to say table, but the screenshots have not been updated, so they just say entity. So you'll just have, for the course of this exercise, these exercises, you'll just have to get used to the fact that the screenshots aren't an exact match to all of the user interfaces. Anyways, let's pick table. And right now it's getting a list of all of the tables that have been set up. Oh, I did that wrong. Look what it says here. It says new table. This is what I would do if I wanted to create a new table. I don't want to create a new table. I want to use the existing contacts table. So I cancel out, no harm, no foul. I come back here and I don't pick plus new. If I want to use an existing table, and I think you should always be trying to use an existing table, I click Add Existing, and there, Table. So Add Existing, and I pick Table. There are a ton of tables in here. I mean, if you wanted to, you could scroll down until you found Contact. But that's only reasonable because Contact is relatively close to the start of the alphabet. A sensible thing to do is go over here on the right to where it says Search Table and type in Contact. I mean, if you want to scroll down, no harm, no foul. But so now that we've picked the table we want, we click on it. Now that we found the table we want, we click on it and we click Next. And that will add that will start the process of adding that table to our solution. Now remember, a table is a complex object. It's not just that column definition. It's also forms and views and cards. We're going to talk about cards. It's business rules. It's all the stuff associated with the table. And if we're picking an existing table, we probably want some of those things. It sure beats building it ourselves. So what we're going to do, we could click Include All Components and include table metadata. I don't, even as fond as I am of picking existing things, I don't encourage that. All of these built-in tables, they got a ton of stuff associated with them. Far more than you actually want. So come over here and you can just see there's a link that says Select Components over here on the, let me just make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, you can just see there's a link that says Select Components. So click on Select Components. And these are the categories of things that are associated with this table. There's the columns. You're going to get those. The relationships, well, the relationships would only be useful if we were going to use these other tables, and we're not. There's the business rules. You probably want the business rules, but you should take a look at them. Remember, business rules are built into the table, and they control what are acceptable changes to the table. But there are no business rules set up for Contact. Now we get interesting. This is the views. Views are user interface components that are used to build lists. They're one row in a list. And when I said there was a ton of stuff, this is just all the different views that come with the contacts table. So this is why I don't think you should pick the take all. We're going to go to forms. And from the forms are typically used for displaying all or most of the columns in a table and for updating the columns in a table. And we're going to pick the contact form. So, and as you can see, there's a variety of different forms. Like a quick create form is a form that displays typically not all the columns in the table, but just the essential ones, the ones that you absolutely have to enter to create a new item. So this would, presumably the contact quick create would pop up a sort of a minimal create a contact form. So we've picked that. Let's click add to add that. Sorry, I missed one. So my mistake. Sorry. I'm going to talk about that in a second. Let's click add to add that. I'm going to go back into select components. Let's go to views. I skipped over a line because they want us to also add active contacts. And I'm going to click add again. Now, I don't have to keep going back. If you wanted to, you could go select components. You could pick all the components you want. And when you picked all the components you want, you could click add. And that would be fine. I keep worrying that I'm going to lose my connection or I'm going to be interrupted. So generally speaking, when I've picked all the items off, I click add because going back in takes no time at all. You may have more confidence than I do. Now notice what I did here. I very carefully skipped over that step. Actually, I skipped over those two steps, and I went down to that step. There are things that you will do that will only happen in exercises. And that's the most typical thing that'll happen in an exercise, is that you'll look at step 3, You'll do step 3, and then you will come back and you'll do step 5. And you'll completely miss step 4. And later on, something won't work. If you're writing your own code, this is not a mistake you can make, right? But this is something that can go wrong when you're doing exercises and labs. So if you do run into problems as you're doing the labs and exercises, please, please, please don't hesitate to call on me. I've gotten pretty good at reading these labs, and I can probably find the problem. But that skipping over steps is something that happens all the time. Anyways, we're supposed to have one view and one form selected, and you can see, yes, it says right there we've added one view and one form. So apparently we've done that step correctly. I always like it when they provide feedback so that I know that I've done the step correctly. So let's click Add, and that will add the table with the subcomponents we picked to the table. And we're going to use this to hold all of our builders. If we wanted to, we could rename the table. We don't have to leave the table called contact. We might prefer to rename it builders, but we're not going to. All right. So let's add a let's add a user table. Click Add Existing, select Table, search for User, and select it. So we're going to go Add Existing. We're going to pick Table. We're going to search for the user table. You really don't want to scroll down. You want to use, oh, look, we've got user and user chart. Make sure you pick the user table. We're not going to pick any components for it, and we're going to click Next. Now, why are we adding the user table? The user table represents the currently logged in person. And often you want to do stuff based on who the currently logged in person is. Maybe you just want to go, when a screen comes up, you want to go, welcome back, comma, user's first name. Maybe somewhere in the process you're going to send the user an email. So having the user table allows you to access information about the currently logged in user. And I would suggest this is probably something you want to put in every one of your applications. And if you never use it, no harm, no foul. But if you ever need information about who's currently working with the app, it's there for you. So I would always add the user table if I were you. So there's our two tables. You know, I'm going on and on and on about how nothing happens immediately. Those got added pretty quickly, didn't they? Probably about as fast as they could be. All right, so now we're down to exercise 2. We're going to create some tables and columns. So notice we can skip step 1. It wants us to go to the site we're already on and open the permit management solution. Well, we're already in the permit management solution. So we can skip step 1. And you're going to find this in a bunch of the exercises, that the initial steps take you to where you already are. And so you can just skip them. You don't have to log out and log back in again. They've set it up this way so that they can mix and match the exercises and do the exercises on a standalone basis if they wanted to. But so you often find that you can skip step 1 and sometimes step 1 and 2. So we are going to create a permit table. So this time we're going to click Add New, and it's going to be OK, and we're going to pick Table. And now the Add Table dialog box pops up again, and this time it's our right choice. We're going to call this table Permit. And you'll notice it generates another name for the table, Permits. You can change that if you want. It's pretty clever. Let me just show you. If I call this Ox, notice it knows the plural is oxen, which is I think sort of clever. If I were to call the table Person, it knows the plural of person is people. There's somebody who was paid money to do this. But we're going to call ours Permit. You're going to find in a number of places in the user interface where we refer to the table as a whole, and especially when we refer to all the rows in the table, that this is what appears on the screen, permits. So that plural name, it's part of the user interface, and it's It's whenever we're working with the table as a whole. You'll see it uses permits. Notice this is the actual table name in code. Again, this is what appears on the screen, permit, especially when we're working with individual rows. The user interface will say permit. But internally, the table is going to be called contoso_permit. So that prefix that we put on our publisher. If we were to look, we would find that the user table is called user, that the contact table called contact, so we use the existing tables, but any new tables we create will have that prefix in front of them. So we'll always be able to spot our stuff. Here's that primary name column. That's the column you're supposed to use for for how you will identify any row. And as I say, you may want that to be guaranteed to be unique, in which case you may want to put a key on that, on this column. But this is entirely within your control. You can put whatever data you want into the display name. So down here, if you wish, you can allow people, when they create a new row in this table, a new record in this table, when they add a new permit, they can upload files and attach files to that row. If you want to do that, you can pick Enable Attachments. We're not going to do that. We're going to leave that empty. But that gives you the ability to upload files. So let's create our first brand new table. So I'm going to click Create. And here's the columns. Here's relationships. Here's keys. You'll notice there's no tabs for forms, views, all those other nifty things we saw. We can create them, but we haven't created them yet, so they're not there. So we've got columns, relationships, and keys. Keys is where you would, if you wanted to create that index, go add key, and that would let you. And we will be looking at these other options, add subcomponents, later on when we create forms and stuff. And there you notice it's finally fully populated. Everything. So let's come back to columns, because we do need to add some columns. Wow. Okay, so it wasn't instantaneous. Adding an existing table goes really quickly. Adding a new table, you notice when we first looked at this columns, it was empty. And we didn't have these subcomponents. But as it gradually built the table and finished, and finally, our permit table has been created, it added those other tabs. And look at all these columns we've got here. I mean, there's a ton of columns. And you go, I didn't create them. No, you didn't. But whenever every table has these columns, whether you like it or not, every table has these columns. So when someone adds a new row, this created by will automatically be filled in with the name of the current user. If you were to import the data from a comma delimited file, and that's something we're going to be doing later on, as I remember. I'm pretty sure in this course we import from an Excel file. That would give you the import sequence number that hopefully you could tie back to an import operation. If somebody changes an existing, then modified is filled in. The dates it was created, the date it was modified. When a record is created, it's assigned an owner. And there is just a ton of stuff here, including our actual permit is in here too. Time zone. Now, I just want to point out this status and status reason. One of the things the people who designed these tables recognized is that many times in business, our records go through a series of states. We have a potential customer, we turn them into an actual customer, eventually they become a premium customer because they've done business with us so long, or they become a lost customer, someone who has stopped doing business with us. So every table we create has a column called status on it. Now, initially status is just set to 2 values. We're going to see this later on, active and inactive. But you'll notice we also have this status reason. And basically they went, some people have so many statuses, some records have so many statuses, it makes sense to organize them into groups. So status reasons are tied to a particular status, so that you could have a status of active, and that would be a customer and a loyalty customer, and you might have a status of inactive, and that would be potential customer. They're not a customer yet, but they might be, or a lost customer. They were a customer with us, but they're not a customer any longer. Either way, either if they're potential or lost, they are now an inactive customer. So status reasons are often associated with specific statuses. And so statuses are your main states that your record will go through, and then status reasons, I always think of them as sort of sub-states within a status. And we're actually going to set up some status reasons, all within the active status. We're not going to go crazy here, but we are going to set up some statuses for some of our things. All right, so this is all really great stuff that we got all these columns, but none of them relate to the business. None of them relate to the business of assigning permits to builders, or I guess buildings actually is what we assign the permit to, or tying the permit to inspections, or we haven't done any. So we need to add those columns. We need to add the columns. These are all infrastructure columns. These are all utility columns. So we need to add some columns to support the business. So the first thing we're going to do is add a start date column. So make sure that you're on the column tab, pick add column, and now we put in the name of our column, start date. Notice the name, no spaces, and Contoso in front of it. And then we get to pick the data type. We're going to pick date only. So you'll notice there's so many data types, they've had to organize them into categories. We go down to the date time category, and under the date time category we have date and time, or date only. And date only is what we want. Is this a required or an optional field? They want us to make it a required field. So people will not be able to save this record unless they filled in the start date. Are we going to leave it as a searchable field? And remember, you're only allowed, I think, 5 searchable fields on a row. And yeah, we are going to leave the searchable checkbox checked. So this means that users in the user interface will be able to pick to search by start date and do it relatively quickly. We could put some documentation in here, but we're not going to. I think a name called start date is all the documentation you need. So I'm going to click done and create that start date. Is it there? Let me check. Yeah, there it is, start date, in alphabetical order. And there you can see it's called Contoso_start. By the way, I should have mentioned, I meant to and I forgot, this permit, that is the unique identifier that the Power Platform uses, or the Dataverse uses internally to keep track of the row. It has full control over that field. Unlike the name column, which you have complete control over, this the column with the same name as the table has that's the unique identifier that the Power Platform uses, that the Dataverse uses. Start date. You know, finding our own columns, and usually the only columns we're really interested in are our own columns. It can get a little bit messy. If you come up here, right at the top, you see where it says default, and there's a drop down. If you pick that and pick custom, it will show you only the columns that you're responsible for. And I think, you know, initially when you're adding columns, that makes a good list. Jacob, I just noticed you had your hand up.
Oh, hey, yes, sir. I had asked the relationships tab there. Is that kind of the thing that we were talking about yesterday when we were trying to put multiple data sets together?
Yep. And we're going to actually create some relationships as part of this exercise. So you'll even get a chance to see it in action. But you're quite right. That's exactly what it is. That's where we create the one-to-many and many-to-many relationships. So.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. So this is the view that I'm using when I'm setting up a table, and we're not going to be able to stay here because I said we're going to go in and work with the status and status reason properties. But initially, most of the ones I'm interested in, the only columns I'm interested in are the ones I'm creating. So there is start date. I'm going to be quiet and give you guys a chance to create the size column all by yourselves. All by yourselves. And you notice here's where they have you actually turn on the custom. I just had you turn on the custom option a little bit earlier than they have you doing the steps. So why don't you go ahead and create the size column, and I'll be quiet for a couple of minutes.
Should we do the size column or the expiration?
Oh, are there two?
Since that
Oh, yeah, you're right. I missed it. Yeah, do both. Sorry. See, I'm skipping steps all over the place. I'm completely untrustworthy. I have no idea why you guys are listening to me. So, you're right. Do that one too. I'm just going to finish setting up my computer here. I was thinking there was more than just I could not get there. Thank you for saving me. I'll take another 2 minutes, and I'm going to start talking again. Now, by the way, if you have no desire to listen to me, just want to go on ahead, my feeling, one, I can't tell, and two, my feelings won't be hurt if you do. And eventually I will shut up and just get out of your way, but there's some stuff I want to talk about in here as we work on this. Oh, actually, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Hey, Peter, I think I'm having a problem.
Okay. What's up?
I had created the solution and I was adding tables to it. I was adding the columns to it, and then I got some error about it not being found.
Oh.
I clicked to save the table, like I just kept following the directions, but now there's no components in my solution at all. I tried deleting the solution and just running through the steps again, but when I try to add existing tables to it, like the contact table from the beginning, that's not found either. Like none of these tables are found.
Okay, let's see if I can get to, I can come and look at your site. Look at your lab. David, right? There we go. Oh, good, I'm in. This is progress. You know, as long as you're here, guys, there's no reason, you don't need me to do the new tables with you. Why don't you go ahead and create the permit type table and columns, and write down, just keep going until you get to yeah, just keep going until you get to inspection type, task number 4. So keep right on going until you get to inspection table, and don't bother waiting for me. It's just more of the same. When you get to task 4, if you could stop and wait for me, I would appreciate it. And if you want to keep going, feel free. All right, so let's see if I can get to your lab. Oh, well, I was sort of hoping maybe you just weren't in the dev environment. A man has dreams. Let's go add existing. So no components found. So it's lost everything you've done. That's too bad.
Yeah. And I just recreated it, which is
yeah. Oh yeah, we're laugh. Okay, so I've grabbed control, so if you notice your mouse is moving without your willing it, that's because it's me. Now that makes sense, but because it takes a while there, and now it's done that. I wonder if, oh, I bet you I know what it is. Let's change that to default. There. So that's all of those. I wonder if that's been hiding the stuff in permit. No. Huh. So we just added Fred. Plainly it was there. So if I go add new again, table, I'm trying to determine if it's a problem with the display or the problem with the creation process. Fred. So in theory, it should at this point say table with this name already exists. So the table does exist, it's just not showing it to you. Why is it not showing it to you? Got all set. Yeah. Okay, man has dreams. Okay, so you're in the right environment. You've always been in the right environment. It is in fact creating them. It's just not showing them to you. Why wouldn't it show them to you? So let's do this. Let's sign out. Windows solution for everything, right? I'm just hoping that has something to do with the problem. That looks better. Nope, it doesn't.
I thought it was going to work.
A man has dreams. Where is... So some stuff shows. Nothing there that we... Let's just go back. Go back one more time. Let's go into permit management. Just basically tried to jiggle it. Okay, let's go into classic view and see if classic view can see them.
Are we going to task 4 or waiting at task 4?
Wait at task 4 if you would. We should be taking our break now anyway. Guys, why don't we take our 15-minute break, and when we come back, I'm going to carry on as if you have completed up to task 4, so as if you've completed task 3. Okay, let's just see. permit management. So if we come here under entities, there's Fred. So there's the table I created, but not the tables that you created. So solution permit, it knows it's there. I have never seen this before. This is a good one.
I was thinking, should I just recreate the
I
environment?
think you have to. Now, unfortunately, you can't create another environment. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to start over again right from the beginning.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Rather it happen now than later. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but there's nothing stopping it from happening later, too. You're welcome.
Yeah, but we don't.
Alrighty. So, 15-minute break. When I come back from the break, I'm going to pick up at task 4 and go through creating option sets and status types. See you then. I just realized I was on mute. So you've created a couple of tables at this point, and I want to create another table with you because there's some stuff I want to point out. So I'm going to go back to my solution, permit management. I guess I better stay on this page and click the Save Table button. There we go. Go back to permit management now. And I want to create a new table. We're going to call it inspection. Nothing happens immediately in the cloud. So we're going to call it inspection. It'll be assigned the name inspections. I'm going to get all those infrastructure columns, including that unique column, but the rest, I'm just going to take all the defaults. I'm going to click create. Now we'll start adding some columns. So making sure columns is there. And the infrastructure ones will eventually, of course I'm on custom, so I can't see the infrastructure columns. If I wanted to see all of them, I'd have to go all. But I don't. I'm happy just to see my custom ones at this point. So I'm going to go and click Add Column. I'm going to call this Inspection Type. And eventually it'll start recognizing, there we go, that I'm typing. Inspection type. And now the data type I'm going to pick, and notice I have two. I'm going to pick choice, and I've got choice and choices. And it makes a difference. I'm going to pick choice. Now choice, remember, appears as a toggle button normally with yes on one side and no on the other. And you can see if I show here data type choice, it gives me some predefined settings. And they want us to pick choice for data type, and they want us to pick new choice up here. So that's what we're going to do. But let me just show you the other choices. Let's say I pick yes or no Boolean. And so there it says yes or no Boolean. And it gives me a chance to edit my choice. So I can pick a display name for the choice, and I can pick what are the two choices. I can have it be not allowed or allowed if I want. So the text that's going to be displayed, I have complete control over. So if I wanted to, I might put in Fred and Susan there. I'd have to fill in the other stuff before it would let me do that. Let's pick what would be another good one? Content state. And if I pick edit choice, it's released or draft are my two choices. But as I said, I sort of want the ability to make the choices be whatever I want them to be. So what I'm going to do, and I'm coming back to the instructions here, I'm going to pick new choice. And now I can pick what I want the toggle button. What are the two choices the toggle button can swing between? And the two choices are going to be initial inspection and final inspection. So my first one is going to be initial inspection. And this one's going to be final inspection. And I click Save. Now what I've created is a local choice, a choice that is only available within this table. These other choices you saw me make, saw available to me, yes, no, which had allowed and not allowed, and current content state. I've already forgotten what the two options were for content state. Those are global choices, what they used to call global option set. And you can use them in any, and you can set up your own global. If you think you have a choice that you want people to use in a variety of different places, you could set it up as a global choice. You go add new, and then you pick, I think it says choice, add new choice, and that would let you create a global one. But because we've just done this here in the record, in the table, this will be a local one and won't be available anywhere else. So let's make that list go away. If I go back and I change my mind and I'm unhappy with the two choices being initial inspection and final inspection, I can just click on edit and I can change what the names are. That will be displayed in user interface. So your user will be presented typically with a toggle button, and they can switch it between initial inspection and final inspection. Apparently in this system you only ever have 2 inspections. I can also pick a default value if I want for this, and you'll notice it knows what my 2 choices are. So the default value probably is going to be initial inspection, and I can decide whether or not this is optional or required. Now, optional or required really doesn't make a difference because I've picked a default value. So if the user doesn't make any change, it will have a value. The value will be initial inspection. But if I didn't pick a default value, then it might be very important for me to set that to required, to force the user to move the toggle button to one side or the other side. So if you want to make sure there's a value in there, make it required. If you want to save the user having to make the change, set the default value. And if you set the default value, making it required doesn't do anything, because required just checks to make sure there's a value, and if you provided a default value, then required is irrelevant. So you'll notice here they just have us put the 2 in, and they don't have us select the default value, and they don't make it required, and they don't tell us to uncheck searchable. They just tell us to click done. So I'm going to be quiet again and let you work through task 4. At the end of task 4, they have you do a publish all customizations. Now, they're just being safe here. Again, in the same way that when I pick components, I tend to click add, just because I'm afraid I'm going to lose my choices if I lose my connection. They're having you publish all customizations just to make sure that if something bad happens, if you lose your connection or whatever, you don't lose everything you've done. So go on, and I'll be quiet for about 5 or 6 minutes now, give you a chance to finish up task 4, put in the rest of the columns, and then I'd like to walk you through edit status reason options. So I'd like to do task 5 with you, and then I promise I'll be quiet for the rest of the columns. But go ahead, I'll be quiet for 5 or 6 minutes, and then when you get to task 5, if you want, wait for me. And I just want to walk through that status reasons. Oops. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm going to start talking again in about a minute. All right, now at this point, you've got a table called, okay, so hopefully you spelled the name of your table correctly. I've called my table in section instead of inspection, so this is something else that happens when you do exercises, right? But not everything we would like to do with this table we can do in this user interface. Microsoft is constantly changing the user interfaces for all of its cloud-based applications. Literally, you can do something on Sunday, come back on Monday and go, oh, look, it's not there anymore. And you might as well get used to it. This is just the nature of the cloud world, that the user interface are constantly evolving. And this new interface, there's stuff that you could do in the old common data service interface that you cannot yet do in the new interface. And one of them is work with that status and status reason columns. And that's what we're going to do right now. So first off, let me remind you that if I pick all or default or managed, I will see all the columns here. And those columns that are automatically created include status and status reason. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to what they call classic view, which is the previous user interface. So I come up here to the top of my column list, and I'm in the inspection table. You want to make sure you're in the inspection table for this. Come up to the top of the column list and click on the 3 buttons, the builder buttons as it's called. And you'll notice you have a choice there called Switch to Classic. So let's click on that, and that will switch us to the classic view. You're going to have to be a little bit patient here. And mine will actually probably come up faster than you because I was in it just a little ways back. So don't panic if yours isn't up yet. I'm just going to walk through and point out some features of the classic view. The classic view is driven by a tree view over here on the left-hand side. The tree view allows you to drill down. So instead of using tabs to show you components and forms and views and all that stuff, instead that appears over here in the tree view. The one at the top, information, is the default view. And it's sort of an overview of sort of the key information about the table. And it's also where you would change the name of the table and its plural name and all that stuff. This is, by the way, at the end of this particular task, they're going to ask you to click the Save and Close button. If you click the Save and Close button, it will save your work. It will not close the this form. So after you click the Save and Close button, or maybe you'll just decide to click the Save button, you'll have to use the left arrow to go back to your previous, or you can just close this tab down to go back. But Save and Close does not actually close. It's one of those windows where Save and Close does not actually close the window, unless something has changed since the last time I looked. So what we're going to do here is we're going to drill down to our columns in the table. So inspection table status, I'm going to switch to classic, edit inspection table status region. So we're going to expand entities. And you'll notice one of the, I'm already in inspection table. Okay, so I'm already in the inspection table. And there's the components: information, forms, views, charts, fields, keys, one-to-many relationships, one-to-many hierarchy settings, and so on. You'll notice no columns. And that's because, once again, I've done the exercises. I've done the exercise wrong. I've gone straight to the inspection table. So this is the general feedback. There's primary fields. That's the name column that we've talked about. There's the one of the controls that's been generated, a grid that's going to be able to use. There is fields right there. And that's the old terminology for what we used to call columns. So this is the list of what we now call columns. They actually wanted me to do this from the solution. And if I'd done it from the solution, I would have had another level here in the tree view on the left. I would have been able to drill down through my entities, entities being what we now call tables. So there's fields. There's the list of all of the fields. And they want us to pick the status code column. So if I scroll down, there is status code. So I'm going to click on status code. So one of the things that's sort of interesting about the old interface is it depended a lot more on double-clicking. The new interface typically has you click on things, but in the old interface, there was a lot more of double-clicking on stuff to do things. So I'm now going to double-click. You can't see me, but trust me, and if you're playing along with me, and you should be, play along with me, double-click on status code. And that opens this, this window. So here's all the information about status code. Now, status code is a choices field, what used to be called a option set field, which means it can have multiple values associated with it. Before we had a choice field. Choice field, you're only supposed to have 2 values. If you try to add a 3rd value, it whines at you. But a choices field, you're allowed to have as many options as you want. And as you can see right now, we've got exactly one option, which is active in the status code. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add some more statuses. And any statuses, the Dataverse, the Common Data Service, I still feel silly every time I say Dataverse, looks at the status and status code problems. You may have noticed, for example, that there was a view called active views. And what that view does is it looks at the status code. And did I pick the right one? I better make sure I pick the right one here. Yeah, they want us to double click on status code. Okay, so I did pick the right one. It looks at your state column and uses that. And so when it says active contacts, what it's doing is it's looking at all the contacts, it's looking at the state code, and it's saying, okay, display only those contacts who have active in their state code. Of course, if you've never added any other options, they're all going to say active. So we're going to start off by saying, so it says, okay, so we're going to change the active option label. Make sure you have active selected. So here in status, we're going to pick active. And then change it to new request. So we don't have to settle for the default setting being called active. If we want, we can make it something else. So I double clicked on it. And there you see, there it's showing me the label. And then it's showing me the value. The value is 1. Remember, these option sets, these choices, are always stored as 2 values, a label and a number. The label is what will appear on the screen. The number is what's actually going into your database. And as a result, often you have to know what the number is if you're accessing the data. So I double-clicked on active to have that appear. If I wanted to, I could just click on active, and I could come over here and click on edit. And that would also have exactly the same thing appear. You'll notice there's also a color associated with this. And this is used in highlighting. Depending on the state, what the state is set to, the user interface will highlight different rows in different colors based on what's in the state code. So it's a special field. It's a field that the Dataverse pays attention to. So we're going to change this from active to new request. So I'm going to change that to new request, and I'm going to click OK. And as you can see, it now says new request. Yo, Jacob, what's up?
Hey, sir. I'm in the fields portion of the inspection, and for whatever reason, I can't track down status code column.
Oh, that's too bad. That takes a lot of the fun out of it. Yeah. So let me save my changes here. Save and close.
Is it something I might have missed?
No, I don't think so. Okay, so you notice in this case the save and close button actually works. So are you on fields, and are you in the inspection inspection table?
Inspection, so, yes. But mine says
right above information it says what?
No. You're right. I am in inspection and information.
Okay, great. Now, are you getting this long list of columns here?
No, sir. I'm getting a GUI of sorts.
A GUI of sorts.
Yeah, like a form. Yeah, it's like where it says entity. Like it's a 3-tabbed GUI with a general tab, primary fields tab, and controls tab.
Oh, let me come and have a look. You have my attention.
Sure.
Just a second. Got it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's because you've got inspection. Take here. You want to come down and pick fields. So if you come down a little bit farther, there. Yay! You see, you keep me around for a reason.
I don't have the tab right here that says status form though.
Well, I went away too soon. So now we've got the fields. So now if you scroll down and double click on status code.
This one or this one?
No, status code. Next one down. Yeah, there you go. Double click on that. And there's the box.
Yeah, I'm bad. Sorry.
And then click on active and click on edit. It's like I've been here before. You know, I think that's the real advantage of having an instructor, is that it's not all new to the instructor. Anyway, the most valuable part I do on an exercise, on a new course, is go through all the labs. Okay, so, no problem.
Thank you.
1 second. My pleasure. Okay, so, right, so status code. Back we go. I'm easily distracted. So I double click, open this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to add some more options to here. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to click add. And I'm going to put in past.
The sway bar link is already broken. That's why you hear the noise.
And
then your front brake pad, you need a pad and a rotor, and then the noise also from the suspension. So
I've got a feeling someone's talking, and we're not supposed to be hearing that.
Suspension, that is 380. And to do the sway bar link,
so let me just fix that.
The one that broke, the make noise, that is a 410. And then
there we go. Okay. So you'll notice when I add a new value, I get to give it a name. You'll notice, as I said, it's assigned some bizarre number, in this case 463,270,000. And then I might want to give it a different color than what you see here. It's using, by default, it's using the red, green, blue thing. So if I wanted, for instance, all red, I could go FF, and then no blue, no green. So that would be 0000. See, that's all red. If I wanted it to be half red, half green, half blue, I'd go 99 is halfway between 0 and FF. Well, okay. 85 is halfway. So that's half red, 85 half green, 85 is half blue. And that gives me a particularly boring shade of gray. So why don't I go 00 for my blue, and that gives me red. That gives me, I guess that's sort of green, isn't it? All right. So now I'm going to save my new value, which is past. And if you just want to go ahead, we're going to add two more. We're going to add failed and canceled. Don't bother setting the colors. I just did that to demo it. So I'm going to go add failed, and I'm going to go add again, and I'm going to pick canceled. There we go. So now it's saying we should have 5 options. 1, 2, 3, 4. I only have 4. Plainly, I missed one. Oh, I missed the pending option. So I'm going to go. I love it when they give me feedback that lets me check to see whether I've done it right, because I usually haven't. So I'm going to add pending. Now this is not a big deal, but you'll notice when I add a new item, the new items always get added to the end of the list. And remember how choices are presented. Choices are typically presented to the user as a drop-down list. From a user interface, user experience point of view, it often makes sense to put the items in a list in some order. You notice, for instance, our columns, they're in the list in order, in alphabetical order, so we have some hope of finding the items. I think it probably makes sense to put these in chronological order, that a request, first it's new, then it's pending, then it either passes, fails, or canceled. So I'm going to move pending up. It doesn't make any difference to processing or anything. I'm doing this purely from a user interface point of view, clicking the move up button to move those up because I think it will help the user understand what's going on when the drop-down list that presents these does them in a chronological order. And it wants us to make pending the default value. Well, that works out for me. Pending is, in fact, selected here. I'm going to come here, and I'm going to pick down here in the lower right-hand corner. I'm going to pick pending, and that's my default value. So now when an item, when we display an inspection, and if we put the status code on the screen, we're going to see if the user hasn't made a selection, it's going to be pending, and we can change it to one of the other settings if we want. So now it says come up here and click Save and Close. So I'm going to pick Save and Close. And this is, I say, one of these dialog boxes where it does save it, but it doesn't actually close it. Now it wants you to, oh, there it did it. Wow, it's a miracle. That's great. I should always begin all of these statements with, the last time I checked, and if nothing has changed. Now they want you to do the permit table. And you're going, well, Peter, I can't do in Classic View, I can't do the permit table. And that's because I had you go to the inspection, and then in the inspection element, I had you go to and pick Classic View. So now we're going to have to fix the fact that I got it wrong. So let's come out of Classic View. So I'm going to just close this tab and come out of Classic View. I'm going to move up to my permit management solution. Isn't it nice that Classic View opens in its own tab? Because I can just close that tab, and now here I am back in permit management. Notice here in permit management, from the drop-down list, I still have Switch to Classic. It's in a different place, but I still have Switch to Classic. So now when I pick Switch to Classic, which is what the instructions wanted us to do, by the way. Say, yeah, I don't care. You'll notice that the tree view on the left-hand side has one more level to it than it had before. It's now got, you see, as all the stuff we saw before has sort of been shifted to the right. But notice now it's showing us our global option sets, what we now call choices. So, sorry, not our global, it shows our local option sets. But there's also this choice called entities. So if you open Classic View from your solution, you can go through all of your entities. You don't have to keep closing it and switching to another table. So if you think you're going to do something on more than one table, and typically I imagine you aren't, but if you're going to do something on more than one table, you really should go to Classic View from the solution, not from the individual table. Anyways, they now want you to go to let's see, I've got it. Failed, pending, status code, I've lost it. They want you to go to the permit table. So there's the permit table right there under entities. There's the permit table. There's inspections. If we expand the permit table, there's the list we saw before. It's just been shifted to the right and down a bit. And so now we come down here to fields, and there's all the fields for that item, and they want you to update the status reasons for same thing we did in inspection type. They want you to do that again. So again, go ahead and carry on with this, and I'll be quiet for about 6 or 8 minutes. And then if you want to go ahead and do exercise 3 on creating relationships without me, feel free, go right ahead. But if you want to wait on exercise 3, and as I said, I'm going to be quiet for about 6 or 8 minutes while you do the other status types. I wouldn't mind talking. There's some things I'd like to talk about in the create relationships. So carry on, and as I say, I'm going to walk through create relationships in about 8 minutes. All right, so in about a minute, I'm going to talk a little bit about relationships. So, I mean, you're just doomed. A guy talking about relationships, it's not going to end well. All right, so let me just talk a little bit about relationships to finish this up. So in the exercise, they ask us to open the permit management and go to the permit table. So I'm going to go to the permit table. I'm going to wait patiently while the table opens. Now I'm waiting impatiently for the table to open. Okay, there we go. By the way, notice on the forms, we've got forms. We've got a card. We'll talk about what a card is. A main. We'll talk about what a main is. And a quick view. We'll talk about what a quick view is. We've got views already created for us. And notice driven by that status code, active and inactive. So there's been a lot of stuff created for us just by creating that table. And we'll take advantage of those when we go to create our model-driven app. But I'm going to go to relationships. And this is always a big deal in database design. But you know what? In the Dataverse, it's ridiculously easy. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to pick Add a Relationship. And they want us to create a many-to-one relationship. So I pick many-to-one relationship with contact. So I come over here and I pick dear. I have to come down here and pick. I wish it only showed me my the tables in the solution. So notice it's going to pick the names, the columns to join these together, and it's smart enough to say that it's going to use that contact column. Remember, the contact column is the column that the Dataverse has complete control over. It's what it uses to uniquely identify any records. So it's taken care of. The columns that will be used to join these together are taken care of for you. So we're just going to click Done on this one. And if you wanted to change to a different column, you could, but it's not clear to me why you'd want to. Still in the permit table, we're going to create a relationship with, before I do, so notice what we have here. We're in the permit table. We create a relationship to the contact table, and the relationship was many to one. If I go back to permit management, oops, keep wandering away from this page. Save table. Keep forgetting to save my changes. Okay, first up, let me point out, notice there's a new column that's been added to my permit table, a contact column. That holds, or would give me access to, the whole contact record. So I have got a link in my permit table that if I used it would say, oh, okay, here is the contact who created that, who this permit was created for. But I want to go back to permit management. And I'm going to go into the contact table in permit management. Wait for it. Keep waiting for it. There we go. And I'm going to go to the relationships tab, and notice it's got a relationship, right? When you create a many-to-one relationship from permit to contact, you are creating for the contact table, you are creating a one-to-many relationship. So we're saying each contact can have many permits. We can create that relationship one of two ways. We could have gone to the contact table and created a one-to-many relationship to permit, or we could go to the permit table and create a many-to-one relationship with contact. It doesn't matter. Whichever one you want to do is just fine. All right, back to permit management, because I think the other one, the next relationship we're going to create is in permit, also in permit. So I'm going to go back into permit. Now, last time we created a many-to-one relationship, we said that, and that meant that each contact had many permits. Now we're going to create a one-to-many relationship for inspection from permit. And that's going to indicate that each permit can have many inspections associated with it. Now, the nice thing about the user, one of the things I like about the user interface, I think it's easy to get. If I create a one-to-many, does that mean it's many contacts for one, or am I creating one for many? The nice thing about the user interface is I think the user interface does a pretty good job of showing you what you're getting. So I've gone back to the permit table. I'm switching to relationships. I'm going to add a relationship. And this time I'm going to go one-to-many. And there it's pretty clear, right? You have one permit for many, and it's inspection they want us to use. So if I keep hoping that maybe if I just type in inspection, it will scroll to inspection, but it won't. There it is there. There's inspection. So again, it's going to pick the columns that it knows will work. But tell you what, this time we're going to go under Advanced Options. And Advanced Options is where it lets us control those delete choices. Now, right now, the type of behavior is referential, and the delete option is remove link. And what that means is that if we were to delete a permit, the inspection would remain, it just wouldn't be associated with any permit. And notice that's what we've done with our, we took the default settings from our previous relationship, which was between permits and contacts. And if we delete a permit, it has no impact on the contact. If we delete the contact, the permit continues to exist. It just isn't associated with any particular contact. And one of the concepts you have in the Dataverse that doesn't crop up in other database systems is this idea of disassociating. I could disassociate a permit from one contact, and I could associate it with another contact. And a perfectly okay thing to do. Well, they want us to change the type of behavior from referential to parental. Now, if I delete a permit, all the inspections will automatically be deleted. So that's what parental, I lie. Oh, maybe I've got that right. I better check. No, parental means if I delete the permit, all the inspections are also deleted because they make no sense without a permit associated with them. So I'm going to save that change. So there are I think 2 more relationships. They want you to create a permit to build site relationship, and they want you to create a permit to permit type relationship. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about the permit to permit type, because I don't think it's obvious what permit type is. Permit type is what we would normally refer to as a lookup table. The permit type table says, basically defines the different kinds of permit types that you can have, and we're going to add a column to our permit table. And remember, when you create a relationship, it adds a column to the table that picks up that related data. So if we create a many-to-one relationship from permit to permit type, permit will get a brand new column called permit type. And in this case, it's the kind of relationship that we would normally refer to as a lookup table, that the permit type provides additional information about what we mean when we say, oh, this is a pending permit. This is a, well, I guess that's a bad example. This is electrical permit. This is a plumbing permit. This is whatever. So it's not obvious, I think, from this exercise what's going on, but permit type is actually what we refer to as a lookup table, and this is how you create a relationship between a table that's got some data in it and the lookup table that controls what goes into that particular column. You create a table, and then you create a many-to-one relationship between the object that is going to use the lookup table and and you set the with that one you're going to get a chance to use the custom option. Oh, sorry, no, you're not. Pretend I didn't say it. It's an entirely different course. So we're going to set up the set up the table for that. When you're done, they're going to have you go back to custom so you can see just the columns you've added. That's going to bring us to 11:49. I would suggest when you are done this exercise, go for lunch. And we'll come back at 1 o'clock and we'll give you a chance to create a model-driven application when you come back. Provided, of course, nothing goes horribly wrong. So go ahead, finish the rest of the relationships. When you're done the rest of the relationships, go for lunch, and I will start talking again at 1 o'clock. Take care. What does solution check column mean? I'm not sure, Rupinder. What I'm missing, is that in one of the instructions and I'm being stupid? Wouldn't be unusual. Oh! Click on the solutions. Let me save my changes. I'm always too eager to leave to go on to the next thing. All right, so I'm on solutions. It was the last column. I'm not getting this. Let me there we go. If I make it small enough, I get the column. One of the things you get in a solution is this thing called where is it now? There it is. PowerApp Checker. And it's an application that actually examines your other applications, your other solutions. It's actually an application that checks your solutions and makes sure that your solutions are, in some sense of the word, okay. Interesting enough, everything we've been doing here, what we've actually been doing under the hood, is updating a whole bunch of tables in the Dataverse. All the information about our solutions, about our forms, about everything is actually stored in a series of tables in the Dataverse. So what App Checker does is it goes and looks at all those tables and makes sure they're consistent, and you don't have a parent in one table that doesn't have any children in the other, and there's some summary data. And so what that system check does is it tells you that App Checker has been run against this and presumably hasn't found any problems. So, yep. There you go. So, and it's funny, we don't show how to run App Checker in this course, and it's a useful tool. I have to admit I'm lazy. App Checker is run automatically App Checker is run automatically when you do publish all customizations. So I never run App Checker on its own. I just count on it being run as part of the publish all customizations option. I'm lazy. I've got to go back yet. I've got to figure out what's firing those notifications on my computer and get it to stop. Is lookup field only used by relationships? Good question. Is choices a multi-select entry? It can be. It depends on the control that you use on the screen. Choice is always a single selection entry, but choices can be multi-select entry. As lookup field only used by relationships? Boy, that's almost a vocabulary question. If it's a lookup field, it doesn't have to be in a relationship. When we start looking at writing code, there is a command that you can use called lookup that lets you retrieve a row from another table if provided you know the key value for that other table. So you could take a value out of one column in one row and then use the lookup command to grab the row out of the other table. So a lookup table doesn't have to be in a relationship with another table. But typically you want it to be. And typically you want it to be parental, because one of the other benefits you get of being parental is that you're only allowed to pick values from that other table. And I haven't mentioned that. That's where I'm glad you brought that up, because I should. If you create a relationship between one table and another table, it adds a column to that table. And if you put that column on the page, on the screen, if you make it part of your form, then the user is only allowed to pick choices from the related table. It sort of functions like choices, but the choices are driven by the entries in that other table. Typically, the reason you do that is because you create a choices when you go, okay, well, these are all and only the options we'll ever have. So I'll create a choices column and I'll just type in all and the only options we'll ever have. But if you think the options might change over time, that you're going to add more countries to the world, you're going to add more departments to the company, you're going to add more options, then you're probably smarter to create a table that lists off all of those options and then create a many-to-one relationship. And that way, the table on the many side gets a column, and the only choices they can pick in the column are the choices that are listed in that other table. And of course, that's exactly what we want to have happen here. They decided apparently that there could be multiple different kinds of permits, so they set up a permit type table so they can go in and add more permit types whenever they feel like it. But when you set up a permit, you're only allowed to pick from the list that's set up in the permit type table. So that's what the relationship gives you. It gives you some data integrity. Can table choices be multiple like choices? Well, as a matter of fact, they are, because your table will have multiple rows in it. So the user will only be able to pick any one of the rows from that other table. So the reason you create a lookup table is so you think there's going to be multiple choices. You just don't know how many. And so the user will be given a choice of whatever the entries are in that lookup table, and be limited to only the choices that are available in that lookup table. There you go. You're very welcome. Good stuff. Okay, listen, guys. It's after 12 o'clock. 60-minute break. See you at 1 o'clock. And what we're going to do at 1 o'clock is we're going to go straight on to that other exercise that we didn't get to yesterday, and you're going to create a model-driven application based on the entities you set up here. So, but see you in 60 minutes. tables in your Okay, so nothing went wrong for the last hour and a quarter this morning. Let's see if we can keep that going. Now that you've created tables in your Dataverse, you're now in a position to create a model-driven application. We talked about that yesterday. It is driven by the design of your objects. It's driven. It consists of those forms, views that were, in many cases, already created by your by creating that table in the Dataverse. You can certainly add more forms if you wish, add more views. When we go to canvas-driven applications, when we go to creating component add-ins, we'll look at the tools you'll use if you want to create your own views and your own forms. But right now we're going to use all the stuff that was generated for you, either because you picked up an existing table or because it's created for you automatically from your table, from creating a custom table. I just got to start up my lab again because it's refused to shut down. There we go. I'm hoping it won't take several minutes to start up. So we're going to go right on to Lab 2, which is the model-driven application. And you're going to build out an initial set of forms to work with the permit application. Good news, I have nothing to say in this application. I won't be getting in your way or slowing you down, or I think it's, it's all pretty much you create your forms as you need them. So and feel free to go ahead. Some exercises, I think it's worthwhile for me to walk through what's going to happen in the exercise before you get started. I think it helps sort of keep your eye on the prize and not get lost in the trees while you're looking at the forest. So what we're going to do is, first off, customize the existing views and forms that were created for you. So you're going to get that the opportunity. Remember, I said you can create your whole new ones if you want, but a lot of this stuff has been created for you, so you can just modify them. So that's the first thing you're going to do, is modify those views. And one of the things to realize is, remember when I said if you picked one of your tables, let's go back here to Solutions. And I'm going to go into Permit Management. Of course, all we have are tables right now. But if I were to pick one of my tables, there is a, wait for it, This was the part I was expecting to have happen quickly. I think it's interesting. It says this. Oh, yes. So over here we have that data option that will show you. Now, we have no data in our table, in the tables we've created. I picked a table that was preloaded for us so I can show it off. That shows you all the data in your table. Don't expect to find these here. These are remember, we picked the contact table. The contact table is being preloaded for us, so that's why I didn't use the contact table, because it has some data in it. If you go with the tables that we created, they've got no data in it. So, but in any case, so this is what that looks like. It is using one of your views for this. So if you're not happy with the way that the table is being displayed, then one of your choices is go to the views and grab the view and modify it using the tools and techniques you're about to do in this exercise. And then in the Canvas app, we're going to create views independently of any particular table. So, and we're actually going to have to do this. We've got an exercise coming up with Power Automate, where in order to trigger our workflow, in order to trigger our automation, we've got to add a field to our default form. And in order to see the results, we're going to have to add a field to our default form. Any case, in here they're going to talk about a subgrid. Don't panic. A subgrid is just a grid on the page that's controlled by other data on the page. So if you have a list of customers and you pick a customer and then the grid displays all the sales orders, they would refer to that list of sales orders as a subgrid. So you're going to play with that. And you're going to modify, initially give a lot of opportunity to see what the kinds of things that you can do with a form, variety of things you can do, until we get down to, wait for it, down to here. So after you've got your various views and forms looking the way you want, you're now ready in exercise 2 to actually create the model-driven application. Now, I don't know if you remember from yesterday, because right now yesterday seems like it was 2 years ago. You start off creating a model-driven application by creating a sitemap, and then onto the sitemap, and then you use the sitemap to control which views, which forms are going to appear on your application, and you decide which of the tables are going to be part of your application. So everything you do in everything you do in exercise 1 is about tailoring the views and forms to show the data you want, not show the data you don't want, show the data you want in the way you want it shown. And then exercise 2 is where you bring those together to create the actual view. And it's not a trivial application. You're going to, I think you'll be pleased with what you will end up creating by the time you are done. So once you notice the distribution of labor. All of the stuff down to here was setting up the views and forms, the default views and forms, customizing the default views and forms. This is creating a model-driven application. It's only 22 steps, less than 24 steps. Basically from the thumb on the scroll bar went from here to here. Task 2 is running it and actually entering some data and changing and reviewing the data and seeing that you've actually saved it again. And that's about typical for model-driven applications. Creating the application, getting the views and forms the way you want. That's where you spend most of your time. Actually assembling the model-driven application goes very quickly. All right, I will be quiet. I'll leave you alone to create your model-driven application. You've done all the heavy lifting by getting the data design right. And in fact, one of the things you sometimes find is you create the model-driven application. It's, oh, I can't get this to work the way I want. Oh my gosh, I created a one-to-many relationship when I should have created a many-to-many relationship. oh, I've got one table here and I should have split it up into two tables. Sometimes when you create the model-driven application, what you do is you realize you got your data model wrong. So there you go. All right, I'll be quiet, and I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. When you are done the application, and it's going to take you a while, okay? This is not 15 or 20 minutes. You're building a whole application and a reasonably interesting application. When you're done, if you could come to this drop-down list and pick the Agree option. And I'm just going to be checking for that check mark to appear, and Bill's already done apparently. Check for looking for that check mark to appear in the column, and so I don't want to, hopefully we'll all have time to finish the whole exercise, but I know people get pulled away. You don't always get to put as much time on this as you'd like to. So, and Patrick's done too. Okay, you guys are just showing off now. When you are done the exercise, hit that drop-down list up here and pick Agree. Now, let me tell you something that's going to happen. What's going to happen is when you go to hit the drop-down list, your mouse is going to be too far to the left, and you're going to click on the raise hand icon. That's going to send a chime to me. I'm going to get a ding, and I'm going to assume you've run into a problem and you want me to help, and I'm going to come rushing to the screen, and I'm going to say, Prishnev, that would be your name, what's up? And you're going to go, I just wanted to tell you I was done, and my finger slipped. Alternatively, you'll hit the drop-down list, and your mouse will be a little bit too high, and you'll click on the raise hand. I'll get the chime, and I will come rushing over, confident that I'm going to help you, and you're going to say, no, my mouse, cool your jets. My mouse just slipped. However, if you do run into a problem, and you think I can be helpful, and I certainly hope you think I can be helpful, that's the chime in button. Click that chime in button. As I said, as soon as I hear that, I'm triggered, and I will come rushing to see if I can be useful in figuring out why the Power Platform is currently, in what way the Power Platform is currently being mean to you. And don't hesitate to use that chime in button. But do recognize that I'm going to overreact to you signaling that you're done also. So, is there anybody else who's already hit the, oh no, it's just Patrick and, Patrick, are you a Patrick or a Pat? Pat is fine. I will try to remember that. I noticed that William has managed to get his name changed to Bill in the hopes that eventually I will pick up on the Bill.
Yeah, exactly.
It could happen. It could happen. I refer to all my children by their full names, so this is just it's an uphill battle for you, Bill. All right, I think that was a smart one. All right, I will try to go with that. I have a problem though. One of my dear friends is Patrick Haggerty III, and he either goes by Hag or by Patrick. He does not go by Pat. He either goes by Patrick or Haggerty. So again, you have an uphill battle. Hag is a really interesting guy. He's insofar as you can be an ex-Marine, he is an ex-Marine. But, once a Marine, always a Marine, and now he is an aspiring romance writer. I know, I can't put the two things together in my head either. All right, I'll be quiet and give you a chance to work on your first model-driven application. Forgot to bring my water. I'll be right back.
Hey, John, sir? Or Peter, sorry. Oh, you're muted, sir. Oh, no, I'm muted.
Yeah.
You're muted.
Hi, what's up?
I muted you.
No, you're not muted. You're fine. I'm muted. You're not muted. I'm muted. What's up?
Hey, sir, is there a place where we can find these slides?
No, I'm not allowed to share the slides with you because they're only available to Microsoft certified trainers. I believe that every graphic you see on these slides is in your textbook. Notice use of the keyword believe, but I think
I guess another way to review it is via the video. That's what I used last night as well to kind of get up to speed with stuff. Yeah. So I appreciate it. I just can't be faster in those.
No problem.
That's a problem.
Hey, Bill. Yeah. Yep. Oh, there you go. I'm not even supposed to share these with other Microsoft certified trainers. Hey, Bill, what's up?
I just had a question. You had mentioned about the download feature of the book. However, it doesn't seem to save as a PDF document. No.
Oh, it doesn't.
You had mentioned that yesterday.
Oh,
it just gives you the feature of selecting between the online offline.
Oh. There was a time, honest to gosh, I swear there was a time when it gave you a PDF that you could then shoot over to your Kindle to view. And so I guess that's not there anymore.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't think so. Now, it used to be, again, now maybe I'm just being confused here. It used to be that if you picked the print option and you could print to PDF, you could print a chapter at a time. So, if you had, a module at a time. If you had a course like this with 10 modules, you could create a PDF version by just, 10 print operations. But now that the print is just 1 or 2 pages at a time, just a section, that's off the table. I'm really getting the feeling that they don't want you to have a PDF.
All right. Well, I only ask because, I sometimes would like to take it on a tablet or something and read through it.
Yeah. Well, and of course, yeah, this is the reason I switched over to a Kindle Fire. Don't judge me. I have like 5 Kindles. Now, granted, one of them is pretty much dead and it's just there as a backup. But I switched over. I have a Kindle Fire 7-inch, which I use when I'm on the road, and I have a Kindle Fire 10-inch that I use at home. And the reason I switched away from my Kindle Paperwhite, you're having trouble not judging.
Hey, I'm over 42, so.
There you go. The reason I switched away from my Kindle Paperwhite is because with my Kindle Fire, I get color, which is good for, comic books and art books and anything with pictures. And also because I could surf to SkillPipe and read the item on SkillPipe from my Kindle Fire. Which is why I hadn't realized, because the Kindle Fire has a fully functional browser in it, which is why I hadn't realized.
Well, I still use my iPad too with the Kindle app, and it reads the PDF document. So,
it was funny. I put off getting a tablet for the longest time because I went, well, it's not going to eliminate my laptop. I absolutely need my laptop. And then I got my first Kindle, and I went, it literally changed my life. So, and I don't say that lightly, but those are the 7-inch that I take on the road and the 10-inch at home are the most valuable things in the house after my wife. I have to remember to put that part in. There you go. media controls for module. All right, welcome back. And I apologize to anyone I'm cutting off before you have a chance to finish the whole app. But I'm just me. So now we're going to talk about creating a Canvas app in PowerApps. And this is what you do when, for whatever reason, the model app isn't meeting your needs. I think that should always be your first choice because you can deliver an enormous amount of functionality in a very short period of time using a model app. What you can't deliver is customized functionality. You saw the kinds of customizations that are open to you. There you go. It's all just variations on modifying the forms and views and then deciding what's going to go into your sitemap. And as you create more interesting applications, that's probably not going to be sufficient. So that's when you're going to turn to creating a Canvas app. Now, do be aware this is, again, one of these chapters which begins with a whole bunch of repeat information so that someone could teach this chapter without the other chapters. So some of the slides I'm going to go through very quickly. We've covered all that material, so we don't have to do it again. But we are going to talk about how to customize a Canvas app in PowerApps, how to manage apps in PowerApps, how to build the UI. We're going to talk about using and understanding controls in a Canvas app, and we're going to document and talk about documenting and just talk about documenting and testing your PowerApp. Now, if you were following along in your textbook for the previous module, you'll notice I've rearranged the material. It makes a lot more sense if we do the labs where I expect to do them, so we would have covered all the Dataverse stuff, done the Dataverse lab, then we've covered all the model-driven app stuff and done the model-driven app. Hopefully nothing else will go wrong, and we'll play it out as we go. If you are following along in your textbook in this module, you're going to hit a section on navigation. And I have picked up that section and I've moved it into the next module because I think it belongs in the next module. And when we do the exercise, this exercise really covers stuff in this module and stuff in the next module, in module 3. So when we go to do the lab for this, I'm going to ask you to do the lab up to, I think, task 4 and then stop, and then we'll cover the next module, and then we'll finish off the lab. So that's all I've done. The navigation stuff is in the next module, that is in this module, because I think it belongs there. And we're going to do the first part of the lab with everything up to all the creating the UI, and then we're going to pause. We'll talk in the next module about how you build functionality into your Canvas-driven application, and then we'll go and finish the Canvas-driven application by building in some functionality. So that is my plan. So as I say, we've got some stuff. You can build Power Apps. You saw what it's like to build a Power App from a data source. You can also create a template and modify it. This module is about what if you just start with a blank screen and start dragging on controls. And what you do is you start off with that blank screen and you tie it to some data source. And then you decide what components you want on the screen and you tie them to individual columns on the data source that is driving your screen. So here is an example of the kinds of controls that you can create. This on the left is called a gallery. It's actually a combination of a whole bunch of controls, and I'll break down those controls in just a second. And then the user starts off with this list, and they pick an item from the list, and then they get the details screen. And then from the details screen, they can go to an edit screen. And this is going wrong. I just sort of did that with a model-driven app. Yes, it's you can recreate all the functionality in your model-driven app in a Canvas app. It'll just take you a little bit longer. But that's just the starting point. Now you can go on and do anything you want with the Canvas-driven application. This is fundamentally what you see here is everything you can do in a model-driven app, this is the start of what you can do in a Canvas-driven app. So as you design your Canvas-driven app, you'll have to look, and we've gone through this list, the business requirements. Does the user need to work in offline mode? By and large, I'd stay away from that if I were you. It just creates an enormous amount of headaches. What is the data model? What will the user experience look like? What are the individual user interfaces? Your user experience is built out of all the user interfaces they interact with. What business logic do you need to put in? If you can put that into the Dataverse as business rules, that's great. If not, it'll be part of the next module when we talk about building in functionality. We'll talk about building in business logic and what should the screens look like, graphs and so on. All right, when you go to create a Canvas app, there's enough different controls, enough different widgets that you can put on your canvas that, again, they're organized into categories. Now, some of the categories are really small. The things you use most, for example, there's the label, there's the button, and then here's all the kinds of text controls that you can have. Then we have some other input controls like sliders. And then there's this one, which are galleries. And I say galleries are containers of a bunch of controls. They're a bunch of controls that rather than you have to put them together yourself, the lovely people working on Canvas apps have put those together for you. And then we will get to, you can reuse your forms that you want, if you want, or you can create whole new forms in Canvas apps. There's also a bunch of media controls for displaying images, capturing camera stuff. If you're running on a mobile phone that has a camera, you can catch that. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. There's a barcode reader. Again, the user has a camera. I guess laptops have cameras now too. Well, plainly I'm on a desktop machine, and plainly I have a camera. And there's also charting tools. And then we have quite a large collection of icons. Now you can use any file you want as an image or an icon if you wish, but there's a bunch of icons that come with that you can use. So here, for example, is probably the most common gallery that you will use, and it actually consists of several controls that have been put together. You could have built this yourself. And in fact, later on this week, we're going to show you how you can, in fact, build your own custom components out of scratch. Build something like this. I wouldn't build something like this because it already exists, but you can build your own thing if you want. So, for example, this has got a series of icons in it. That's the new icon, that's the sort icon, that's the refresh icon. This is actually a header up here. And then this is a browse gallery. And the browse gallery is using the next arrow icon. The browse gallery is made up of data cards. That's what referenced here. A data card, unlike a form or a view, which represents a whole row, a data card, like this one here, represents a single column. Well, I need a data card for that? Well, think back to our lookup columns. Or think back to our customer sales order example. So if I create a one-to-many relationship between, for example, permits and contacts, the contact is one column in the permit table. In the permit table, the contact is just one column. You saw that when you added the one-to-many relationship. There was the single contact column. But there's a lot of data associated with that column. So when you create a data card, you can decide how much of the information associated with the customer you want to display. Similarly, if you create a table for permit types, that might have many columns. You can decide which of the columns from the permit type you want to display when you're displaying a permit. So that is a data card. So this is a data card displaying category is the column, and that's the value in the column. And then this is a detail form. And a detail form is used to display additional information about that item. So if you have something like, for example, that business building type, building associated with a permit, you might assemble that into a detail form, where the first item on the form is the data card and displays the information from the column, and then the second part is the detail form that displays all the associated information, all the stuff that is associated with the category of carpet. So, and then there's the edit icon, there's the delete icon, and then there's a header up here that allows you to put what the information you want in there. Edit forms look very, very much like data cards and detail forms, except the text boxes are like accept input, the check boxes are not disabled, and the user can check them off. And but again, notice same fundamental design, the data card and then the detail information. It's just now it's updatable. And there's the accept icon. And these are all available to you under the icons, and you can drag them on where you want. But if you grab a gallery, all of this is taken care of for you. You don't have to build it yourself. And again, what you do when you set this up is you create your canvas, you associate your canvas with a particular data source, like, for instance, your list of contacts. And then as you add controls, you attach these controls to specific properties on your data source. So this is displaying the category property. This is displaying the overview property. This is displaying the price property, and so on and so on. You're probably familiar with this. Is the sort of the generic description of data binding, where you say everything on this form is drawn from this data source, and then individual items are tied to particular, if you want to call it, columns, properties, attributes. They tend to use those three words interchangeably, but they're always talking about columns on the data on the table. So when you go to create a Canvas app, and that's the very next lab, every time you save your and this is also true of your model apps. Every time you save your Canvas app or save your model app, it actually creates a new version. So the old version of your Canvas app, the old version of your model app is not lost. So if you go in and make some changes and you save them and discover you've made a horrible mistake, well, then you can go back and recover a previous version. And the nice thing is when you do recover a previous version, it doesn't, it becomes the new latest version. It doesn't override your current version. So if you might have 4 older versions, and then you pull this out and save it as a new version, and it's, oh my gosh, what did I do? This is horrible. You can go back to the previous version, and save it, and it becomes the new latest version. So that horrible version, if you ever do want to go back and plunder it for something, it's still there. As I say, if you want somebody else to use your app from your environment, you can share the app with other users. And if all they're going to do is exercise the app, there's no licensing required. They can just run the app and access the data. They will need permission. When you share the app, they're given permission to run the app. This is also true of model-driven applications, by the way. They're given permission to run the app. They also need privileges and access rights to the data. So they may find that, yes, they can run the app, but they're not allowed to look at any of the data, and that would take a lot of the fun out of it. So that's other users. But you can also share the app with other developers, and that's when you share the app and you mark them as co-owners. And typically the reason you share with a co-owner is because this person is also a developer and is good working on the app with you, adding functionality and so on. The users you share the app with, they may be people who use the app, provided the number of people who use the app is very small and they don't mind that the app will sometimes be unusable because you're working on it and making changes to it. More typically, the users you share with are testers. They're people who you want to try out the app, and then when they say it's okay, then you will move it to production, and you'll go back to making changes to it in your dev environment. As I say, there's no licensing requirements because all they're doing is using the app. You do have to give them privileges and access to the data. Co-owners, on the other hand, have to have a PowerApp license, just like your license. Well, it doesn't have to be exactly the same sort of license, but they have to have a PowerApp license like the one you have because you're setting them up to make changes to it. So there are licensing considerations when you share with someone and make them a co-owner. And I've probably beaten up this managing environments enough. You don't need me to do that again. So how do I build a user interface in a canvas in PowerApp? Well, as I say, it's mostly a matter of saying I want to create a new canvas and then assigning a data source to it and then dragging on controls and assigning the controls to particular columns in your data app. And then we'll talk about adding functionality. So if the user tabs into something or checks something or clicks on a button, you can make stuff happen. And we'll talk about that in the next chapter. Also, how the user can get from your Canvas app probably has multiple screens, how the user can get from one screen to another screen to another screen, another page. But you probably also want to make it look like something. You probably want to control the appearance of your app. So one of the options you have when you're creating your Canvas app is to pick a theme. And this gives you a set of hopefully coordinated colors that you can use. And there's a ton of themes, and again, there's enough of them that they've been organized into categories, standard, office, and there's more. You can also customize those themes if you want. If you say, oh, that theme looks sort of like what we want, but it's not exactly the way we'd like it. And again, I encourage you, there is a copy theme option. Copy the theme and then modify the stuff you want different to create your own theme. No sense starting from scratch. So you can customize the themes and get them to the way you look, the way you want. On individual controls, you can also override the theme settings. Like you'll notice one of the things that they're doing here is they're controlling the color of the box around a text box, and they're controlling the color of the button. Those are all controlled through the theme. You might have a special button or a special text box that you want to have look different, and you can override the themes on a control-by-control basis. You want to be careful about that, though. I think perfectly reasonable thing to do is say, you know what, we've got the delete button on this form. We want the delete button to have a very, very different look from all the other buttons on the form because this button is sort of dangerous, throws away data. So we want to give it a different look. And so you override the background color for that. The problem is you're now sort of morally obligated, and from a user experience design point of view, you're sort of obligated to have all your delete buttons look that way. And so now every time you add a delete button, you have to remember to override the and what did we change? We changed the background. What did we change the background color to? Was it 888800? I'll have to go look and remember. It becomes a real maintenance nightmare. And then somebody comes along and says, oh, I like the fact that you've highlighted the delete button, but it's too attractive. It makes people want to click on it. You should highlight it in such a way that people ignore it and have to go looking for it. It should be like a light gray or something, almost a disabled. And now you have to go back and find all of these items and change them. So if you do start overriding things on a control-by-control basis, try to make sure that it's very limited, that this is not something that's going to propagate. And also, I should tell you, there are some things. Yo, Stephen or Steve, by the way.
Hey, sorry, my microphone was up next to my ear. I was just curious. It's not possible to create your own theme and import it into the app, is it? Or I haven't ever seen it.
No, I don't think so. Now you may just be plumbing the depths of my ignorance. I am graphically challenged. I think I demonstrate every time I draw a picture, which is sort of funny because I'm a user experience designer. I'm a member of the User Experience Professional Association. I wrote Learning Trees User Experience Design course, but I have a tremendous problem making things pretty. I can make them tremendously functional, and the user always knows what they... Vogel's law for great user experience design is the user always knows what they have to do next in order to achieve their goals, so you don't have to train users. But as far as making it look attractive, I have this friend named Catherine Grace. And when people say, well, that's sort of hideous, I go, let me give you Catherine Grace's email, and you can hire her, and she'll make it look like something. So it's not an area I work in a lot, but I don't believe there is a way to import themes. I think you can only modify the existing themes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, yeah, because like you said, I mean, you can make it look pretty, but generally it like doubles your design time. It seems like if you want everything. So.
Oh, it doesn't double my design time. With me, it's hopeless. It's just not going to happen. It'll just look ugly in a different way.
Yeah.
By the way, so I'm a big fan of using the themes, and I would be exactly the person not to know that you could import a theme, but I'm pretty sure you can. The problem is when someone asks you a question, you go, I haven't seen it. As I say, I may not be telling you any. If I know how to do it, then I go, oh yeah, obviously it's here and I'll do it. But if I don't think it's possible, it may just be that I've never run across it.
Right.
By the way,
I got you. Yeah.
If you when Catherine isn't available or my client isn't willing to pay for it, there is a way to create non-ugly designs, and it's called. And if you don't want to use one of the themes, it's called monochrome designs. And monochrome consists of one color, Canadian spelling, and two variations. With one variation, you change the hue, and another variation, you change the saturation. So you've got one color with two variations on it. You also have black and white. And then you go and you find a color wheel. That's not what I wanted at all. You go and find a color wheel. On the color wheel, you find the color you started with, and you go straight across the color wheel to whatever color is on the other side, going through center, on the other side of the color wheel. And that is your highlight color. That's what you use for highlighting things. And then whenever you create a page, make sure there is some big graphic where the user's eye will go first and organize everything around the graphic. Or a series of graphics. You see all the pages where it's just a series of graphics, one right after another. And then the text in here. Pick one font, use 3 different sizes, you're off to the races. Now this won't create a good looking site, but because you've limited yourself to one color with 2 variations on it, black and white, and occasionally highlighting things using the color that's most different from it, it won't be hideous. So this is the Vogel don't be hideous approach to design. Or I can give you the email address for Catherine Grace. So generally speaking, what people find, this is under the issue they call branding, and they say, this doesn't look like the other applications that we have. What you can do is go into the theme and change the control properties. The control properties control how the various widgets on the screen will be displayed. And the properties are organized into how the control will look, the fill background of the control, how the control will look when the user hovers their mouse over it, so when you highlight something to indicate it being clicked on, the border. If you have some experience with cascading style sheets, the options in here are going to look very familiar. You're going to go, oh, they're really under the hood. They're obviously using cascading style sheets to manage this. The giveaway, for instance, is hover, which is a pseudo class in cascading style sheets that controls how things are supposed to look when the mouse is hovering over them. You can also specify, for example, what something is to look like when it's disabled. That will control the font, color of the font. This will control the background color when something is disabled. And there's hover color, and it's hover fill, by the way, not hove fill. So you can do this on a control by control basis. I'd avoid that if I can. If you can, do it on a theme basis. But as I say, there's some things that you can't do on a control by control basis. Whatever it controls the header on the date picker, for instance, is outside of your control. You can only, if you're unhappy with the header, color of the header on the date picker, then you have to change your theme. You can't modify the theme to display that differently. So, there's an enormous, well, I guess I shouldn't say that. There's lots of icons. And there's the left icon. You'd want to use that on a carousel where the user can scroll through a series. Typically, that's the arrow we now use on a carousel. Next, back, we've seen, and the list goes on. There, as far as the media image controls, there is a control called image. You assign it a file name. It displays that file, displays that picture. The issue you run into, and I haven't got these memorized, so I'm just going to describe the problem in general. Let's say you have a picture of a person, and this is how much room you want it to take up on the screen. You're going to have to pick from these options: fill, fit, stretch, tile, or center. This is center, where it takes the picture as its size and puts it in the middle and leaves a lot of space around it. You may want it to be as big as it can be without distorting. Now notice my box is wider than it is high, so that means I could make it full height, and I could do that, and that wouldn't distort it. I forget whether I think that's fit. But the other thing you could do is you could say, oh no, I want it to, I want it to completely fill and I think this is stretch, I want it to completely fill, and both top to bottom and side to side, so in that case, you're going to have to distort it for it, because the box is wider than it is high, so if you pull it out in both directions. Your other alternative is tile. Generally speaking, you only want to use tile where you've got a very, very quiet background image, and you want to repeat it over and over again to completely fill the space. So if you've got, like, this is a white square and you want to, with a slight pattern on it, and so you just want to repeat the pattern over and over again until the space is completely filled. And that's tile. So generally speaking, you just use that because you've got a pattern you want to use to fill the space. So generally speaking, you don't use that with the image control. And then transparency is, can the user see what's underneath? And 1 means it's 0 is completely transparent. If you set it to 0, the fact that you have something in the control doesn't matter because it's completely transparent. And then it scales up to 1, which is completely opaque, which means you can't see what's underneath the image. You're probably familiar with that. Yeah. Let me do these 3 slides, and then we will take our break. As I said, there is a user function available to you. And what it does is it retrieves information about the currently logged in user and fills that user table. So that user table that you added always has at most 1 entry in it, currently logged in user. And then, so this is sort of a quick way of accessing that user table, and then you can use individual columns from the table. So if you're wondering, and there should be a period there, if you're wondering what columns, what properties are available to you, look at the user table. Those are the ones you can use. So if you have an image that you want to have an image control on the page, and you want to use that to display the user's picture, then in the data field for the image control, you would set it to user open paren, close paren, image. You would set it to this. And that will fetch the user's image and pass it to user control, pass it to image control.
Is it possible just to pull just the first name, sir?
Pull just the first name? Yes, I believe it is. I believe there is a dot first name. In fact, I'm sure there is, but it wouldn't be the first time I was wrong. But I'm pretty sure there is just a first name. I know there's just a first name. What? Someone will go and look at the user table over the break and say, nope, it's only full. But I'm sure there's a first name and last name. In fact, I think the full name is a calculated property. I think the full name, at least initially, is a calculated property. Now, I can replace it with something else, but calculated column. But initially, the full name is filled from the first name and last name, but you can override it with something else. Here's the deal. When you go to create your Canvas app, it's going to ask you to pick a form factor, and it's going to give you a choice of 2 form factors. One for something tall and narrow and not very big, plainly the smartphone, and something for wider and not quite as tall but bigger, and that's plainly for a tablet. What I can tell you is that if you pick the phone, if you think this might be used on the phone, pick the phone form factor. The phone form factor scales up and displays better on tablets, displays well on tablets. If you pick the tablet form factor and somebody displays your Canvas app on a smartphone, it doesn't tend to scale down well. Like, it's not awful, but it's not great either. If you're not sure which way to go with the phone form factor, and it will look pretty good on a tablet. If you're confident no one in their right mind would ever use this on a phone, and if they did use it on the phone, you want to punish them anyway, then go with the tablet factor. But the tablet factor does not squeeze down perfectly well, does not squeeze down great to the phone. There is, associated with both form factors, with whatever form factor, there is an aspect property that you can set to control the ratio of the side to the width, the height versus the width. I've never touched that. I just went, I have enough problems in my life without creating a form factor that displays great on tablets as long as the tablet is, the ratio of height to width is this. But you can set the aspect to a particular height and width ratio if you want. You can also lock them into landscape or portrait mode, so that if the user's got their phone and they put their phone on the edge, it doesn't adjust. It just goes, no, I'm sorry, you have to look at it this way, or you have to look at it either in landscape or portrait mode. So you can be more controlling if you want by specifying an aspect ratio and locking in specific portrait or landscape. These are the aspect ratio. Yo!
Sorry, for a computer though, you're about to probably just tell us right now.
Well, no. Well, I guess I am. Yeah. For the aspect ratios that are sort of are going to show up in the drop-down list are 16:9, which is the default. It's probably what you want to take. However, if you're targeting a Surface Pro 3, that's 3:2. Notice 3:2 is 15:10. That's not all that far off 16:9. It's not clear to me why you're worrying about that. A widescreen tablet, you can't make up any aspect ratios. You got to pick the aspect ratio from the list. 16:10. I defy you to tell the difference between something formatted for 16:10 being displayed in 16:9 or 16:9 being displayed in 16:10. And of course, iPad's got its own and locking in specific portrait or landscape. These are the aspect ratio. Yo!
Sorry, for a computer though, I mean, you're about to probably just tell us right now.
Well, no. Well, I guess I am. Yeah, for the aspect ratios that are sort of most going to show up in the drop-down list are 16:9, which is the default. It's probably what you want to take. However, if you're targeting a Surface Pro 3, that's 3:2. Notice 3:2 is 15:10. That's not all that far off 16:9. It's not clear to me why you're worrying about that. A widescreen tablet, one of the other, you can't make up any aspect ratios. You got to pick the aspect ratio from the list. 16:10. I defy you to tell the difference between something formatted for 16:10 being displayed in 16:9 or 16:9 being displayed in 16:10. And of course, iPad's got its own special ratio. If you think you've got a lot of iPad users, it's 4.4:3. So 4:3 is, going back to our first one, is 16:12. So I would suggest it's very difficult to tell the difference between 3:2 and 16:9. It turns out you can tell the difference between something that was designed in 4:3 that then gets displayed in 16:9. 16:12 is different enough that I went, oh, that's sort of not the way it used to look. If you don't want to pick those, you can pick your own custom. And, you know, I think this makes sense if you are distributing a particular kind of remember, these are all tablet aspect ratios. If you're distributing tablets to your staff, and I could see this making sense, picking the ratio that represents the particular tablet that your company is buying. On the other hand, you know, 3 years from now, is the company going to still be distributing that tablet? 3 years from now, will you be able, well, even if they are distributing, you know, that tablet, is it still available? And maybe the new tablets from the same manufacturer have a different ratio. So I question the value of doing this. I think I take the default, it's close enough to everything else. It'll only look a little bit odd on an iPad. And this is only for tablets. For phones, they give you one form factor for the phone, which quite frankly, I think is the right answer. So, all right. So those are your options. So let's take our break. When we come back in 15 minutes, we will talk about putting the controls on the canvas. So you've picked the canvas you want, the phone or the tablet canvas. Maybe you fiddled with the aspect ratio, you lunatic. Let's put some actual controls on the canvas. See you in 15. There you go. I actually saw it on the screen before I heard you. And welcome back. So let's talk a little bit about the controls. So I think really the key here is to get you to the next lab so that you can actually work with it and see what it's like. As I say, another one of these repeated slides, you have the galleries, you've got forms, you've got media control, and you've got the charts controls. And if that's not sufficient for you, remember you can always embed Power BI. Though remember, to use Power BI, anybody who uses Power BI has to have a license to use Power BI because it's more like a program, more like an application than it is like a report. Now, a lot of the properties share a lot, the controls share a lot of properties. So, for example, every control will have a property called default, and that's what will be displayed if there's no other data to override the value of the control. User hasn't typed in anything. The control isn't tied to a column on a table. Then there's items, and this is items as used with a gallery or a grid to say, oh, I want all the items from this. I'm going to say collection here. We're going to talk about collections more in the next module. But in Power Platform, you can use the terms collection. As far as working with controls go, you can use collections and tables pretty much interchangeably. one way to think of tables is that they are a collection of records coming out of your database. A collection is any set of records repeated over and over again, and all of the records have the identical format. Well, that's what a table is, right? It's a collection of records all having identical format. But we're going to see that you can also have collections that aren't coming from your database. So you can set the items property of, for instance, a grid or a gallery to a particular collection. Like, for instance, you can set it to a table, and then it'll display one entry in the grid, one row in the grid, one entry in the gallery for every item in the table, every item in the collection. Now you can then decide, you can go in and decide what columns from the grid, what columns from each you want to have displayed in the grid, what columns you want displayed in the details item. I'm going to come down here, text. This is what you would use for a text box or a drop-down list for the initial display, and you bind that, you attach that to a particular property on the table. So if you want this text box to display first name, you would set the text box's text property to user.firstname. And now the text, that will display the user's first name. More importantly, it also sets you up to change the first name if the user types something different in the text box. We'll talk more about that in the next chapter. Tooltip, I think we all know what that is. User hovers the mouse over it. This will appear in a little box. And then visible, typically, of course, you want to set that to true so that the user can see the control. If you didn't want the user to see the control, why did you put it on the screen? But you may want to control the visibility. So, for instance, if the user is under 18, you may want to display parental consent required information and a checkbox and a text box for the user to put in their signature. If the user is over 18, you may want to set the visibility on those things to false. Now, let's talk about these two items, on change and on select. When the user goes to a checkbox and checks the checkbox, clicks on the checkbox so that a check appears or a checkbox or the check disappears, that fires what we call a change event. If you go to a radio button and the user clicks on a radio button and the radio button either becomes active or inactive, that's going to trigger a change event. I know this is obvious, but I have to go through it. If the user goes to a drop-down list and selects an item from the drop-down list, that becomes the currently selected item and that fires a change event. If the user goes to a text box and types something in, nothing. Nothing happens. If the user tabs to a text box and tabs out of the text box, nothing happens. If, on the other hand, the user goes to a text box, tabs into it or clicks into it, changes what's in the text box, and then leaves the text box, clicks somewhere else or tabs out, then the change event fires for the text box. So this can be disappointing for some people. Especially, if you use the checkbox, as soon as somebody does the checkbox, the change event fires. User picks an item from a drop-down list, the change event fires. With the text box, you have to type into the text box, you have to change within the text box, and you have to leave it in order for the change event to fire. What the onChange property does is it lets you associate some actions with that onChange. So when the user types something into the text box and leaves it, you can have some activity take place. And that's the next module. The next module is all about the things you can do. Similarly, when a user checks a checkbox, you could put some list of commands, list of actions in the onChange method, and that would run as soon as the user has checked the checkbox. On select, that happens when the user moves to a control. So if the user tabs to a text box, that raises the select event. If the user clicks on a checkbox, that fires the select event. So notice, by the way, what that means. It means if the user clicks on a checkbox, it's actually going to fire two events. It's going to fire the on change, because the check mark will go away or appear, and because they've selected the checkbox, the select event will fire also. The onSelect property, you can stuff a bunch of actions into the onSelect property so that when the user selects something, those actions will take place. Now you're probably going, well, I can't really imagine myself. I'm sure there's cases, but the big deal here is when the user taps on a button, when the user clicks on a button, that's the event that fires is the select event. Unlike some other environments you're used to working with, where if you want to interact with a button, you tie stuff to the click event, we don't have that in the Power Platform app. We have the select event. So if you want something to happen when the user clicks on a button, and you probably do, if you've got a button on the page, you probably want something to happen if the user clicks on it, then you put the actions in the onSelect property. And as I say, the next module is all about what you can do in what you can do with actions. These controls are pretty much exactly what you expect. A label displays whatever text you put in it, and remember, you can bind it to a column, and so it'll display whatever information is in that column. Text input allows the user, displays text and allows the user to type in text. HTML text will display things formatted according to any HTML. So for example, if you put this, I shouldn't use this, but I will. If you put this in a text box, that's what's going to appear in the text box. Less than sign B, greater than sign HI, so on. If you put that in an HTML text box, then what will happen is it'll appear in boldface. In other words, and if the user types HTML in there, that the HTML will be accepted. However, if you want the user to format their data, you probably want to put a rich text editor control on the page. Rich text editor allows the user to type into the text box, allows the user to hit the enter key, and instead of leaping out and going to the next control, it will add a carriage return, start a new line in the text box. They can put in bulleted lists. They can put stuff in italics, boldface. So if you want to give the user the ability to format their data, you probably want to use the rich text editor. And if you want the user to be able to draw pictures and stuff, pen input. Do be aware that pen input is not OCR. It's not optical character recognition. So if the user writes in hi, it won't recognize that, but it will treat it as a picture and allow you to save it as a picture. One of the nice things about a pen input control is you can preload it with an image. You can put an image in there now, so the user is drawing on an image, and so you can record their markup on that image. Here's the drop-down list. I think we all know what that is. A combo box is different from a drop-down list in that in a combo box, the user can start typing, and it will search through the items in the list and find it. In other words, what I was hoping for when I was trying to find the contact, and I had that big long list of tables, and I tried typing in contact to see if it would go to it wouldn't do that. But a combo box will let you do that. A list box shows all the items that a user can choose from. Well, not all the items. Shows many of the items the user can choose from, and will put in a scroll bar if there are more than will fit into the list box. The drop-down list, however, shows only the currently selected item, and it will drop down a list when you need to select a specific item. So the drop-down list takes up less space than the list box. But again, it just allows the user to pick from a list of items. A checkbox, I think we know what that is, and a radio button. By the way, you'll notice something here. When they talk about the radio button, they say it's a standard HTML input control. And in fact, with the exception of actually in HTML5, even with the combo box, you're going to notice that all the controls, and I guess with the exception of the rich text edit, all the controls look like HTML controls. And under the hood, that's what the Canvas app is leveraging. Under the hood, it's really doing it all in HTML. And you'll see this when you create your own custom component. You'll design the user interface in HTML. So if you're familiar with HTML input tags, then guess what? You know a lot about the controls you can use on a Canvas app. There's a slider control available to you also, and a rating control. The user can select the number of stars that, and you can specify how many stars the user gets to pick. And the slider control allows the user to choose a value between, say, 15 and 30 by moving a slider from one to the other. Typically use that when the user doesn't care about a precise number. They want to see the impact of moving from, so you might do this with transparency. You don't know what transparency you want, so you click on the slider and you drag it until you get the level of transparency. You go, great. Oh, I wonder what that number is. Oh, it's 15. Isn't that interesting? But you don't know the exact number. What you want to do is move it around until you've got something that looks right to you. Toggles I've already talked about. That's what you get automatically with any single choice, and the user can flick the toggle from one side to the other. The timer control really isn't a user interface control. The timer control fires a timer event, and you can shut an on, and there's an on timer property associated with the timer event. So if you want something to happen 15 seconds from now, then you set the timer's interval to 15, and you put some stuff in the I think it's the on interval event. And you can have it happen again and again and again. This is a great way to really annoy your users, right? Every 15 seconds, pop up a dialog box. And the button, right? And again, do remember that what you're interested in is the select event. So don't go looking for the click event. It isn't there. You want to put in all the actions in the on select property of the button. The video control, exactly what you would expect from a video control with controls, the VCR play button and rewind and fast forward and pause. Audio control, just the play, rewind, and pause buttons. Camera allows the user to take photos. I'm going to return to this topic later on. We're going to talk about what functionality is available on mobile devices and what functionality isn't available on mobile devices. And camera, for instance, you can put the camera control on your Canvas form if you want. It'll only work if the user's looking at using your form on a smartphone or a tablet. I guess I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure it'll work on a tablet, but it won't work if the user's on a desktop machine or a laptop. Barcode scanner, same deal. That's only going to work if the user's looking at your app on a smartphone or a tablet. Microphone will work in all environments if you want to. And again, that's I guess it's sort of a user interface control because you can drop it on the Canvas app, and the user can click it to mute and unmute. And then there's also a add picture control, which is a file picker. What it's letting you do is pick a file. It just limits you to files that have one of the file extensions for pictures, JPEG, PNG, GIF, and so on. There also is, by the way, a file control that you can use, so the user can pick a file and upload it to your server if you wish. So this brings us to an application where you can create a Canvas application. I'm going to ask you, however, only to do tasks 1 to 4. That's basically building all your forms. This is the world's most disappointing application because by the time you get to the end of task 3, you won't have actually run your Canvas app yet. So you'll do a whole bunch of work and then you won't get the payoff, you won't get the satisfaction of actually seeing it run. And I apologize for that. So this is Lab 3, the Canvas app. And what we're going to do is, again, skip the first step. You're going to create a new Canvas app, and we're going to pick the tablet form factor, and we're just going to take the default aspect ratio. I suppose there are people who can tell the difference. And then what you're going to do is give your app a name, and you're going to import components. All of those controls we talked about, they're built into your Canvas app, but there's a huge third-party market of people creating add-ons and add-on components for Power Platform. You're going to build one yourself before the week is out. And so one of the things we wanted to show you, or one of the people who wrote this course wanted to show you, is how to import a components file. Remember when we downloaded those files to the F drive? One of the things that got downloaded was this file of add-on components. So you're going to import some additional components into your application and use them. I think everything else is, pretty much. You're going to create a header, and then you're going to put some stuff inside the header, and you're going to put some stuff outside the header. Oh, I know what I want. I was thinking there was something else I wanted to mention. When you add a component to a form, it gets a property called parent filled in. Let me see. Let's say you've got a smartphone canvas. If you were to add a text box to that smartphone canvas, it would get a property called parent. And that property called parent would give you access to, it will give you access to properties on the parent. Properties of, for instance, the smartphone. One of the properties you get access to is the parent's width property. So if you set the width property of your text box to parent.width, then however big your form is, your text box is going to fill from side to side. And that's what you're going to do with the header. So when you put the header on, don't spend a lot of time, jiggling with the width to make it fit the width of the screen. Because what you're going to do is you're going to set the header's width property to parent.width. And then it'll just automatically fill out. Now, parent doesn't always refer to the form. And I should be careful about that. Let us say that you put a header on here, and then you drop a text box into the header. At this point, parent.form, the parent is the header that your text box is inside of. And the text box, the header, its parent, is the form that it's on. So parent refers to whatever you're inside of. Usually we just drop things straight on the form, so we're inside of whatever device is displaying us, and so parent.width, parent.height gives us the width and height of whatever window we're being displayed inside of. But if you are nested inside of another control, inside of sort of a panel control, like what you're going to use for the header, then parent is referring to the panel control you're inside of. That was what I wanted to. I don't think there was anything else I want to mention. Okay, so after you've sort of sketched out the basic structure of your form, you're going to then tie the form to a particular data source, and that's going to control where your data comes from. And now, as you add controls to the page, you can tie them to that form, and you can tie them to columns on that table. The first thing you're going to do is add a vertical gallery, and you're going to use, remember we talked about its items collection, which will automatically display one row in the gallery for every row in the table that you've tied it to. So you'll then tie the gallery through its items property. You will tie it. You're going to pick a view to use to display the data. I really think, this is, I like this exercise very much. I think it's a great introduction to creating a Canvas form. When you get to the end of task 4, stop. From task 5 on is all about putting in actions. And the next module is all about actions. And so we'll do task 5 after we've talked. I mean, if you want to go ahead and finish it up, that's great. But at task 4, do me the favor, when you get to task 4, if you could hit that green check mark, so I know that if I want, we can in fact move on to the next module and start talking about building in functionality. By the way, John commented that I'd been frozen on the screen for a while. I have noticed that whenever my screen freezes up, now I don't see that because I'm not going up my screen, I'm not going out on the web and coming back. I have noticed that whenever my screen freezes up, it always freezes up while I'm looking particularly goofy. Like it never freezes up when I'm doing this or this. It always freezes up when I'm doing that. So anyway, so go ahead and build your Canvas app and just do tasks 1 through 4. When you get to the end of task 4, hit that green check mark, and we will do task 5. We probably won't get till tomorrow morning because the chapter on doing controls is a little bit on the long side, but we will come back and finish up task 5. By the way, we're not too bad on time, even with leaving a half hour early yesterday. We're not too bad on time. I think we're going to be okay. So. Oh, Kyle, I missed your note about the certification certification exam tips. I will get that out to you today. I just finally caught up with that. And who knows, some of it may even be useful to you. It could happen. Fish, I'll add you to the list. I need you to send me your email address, though. Got it. And Navdeep just found yours.
Thank you.
No problem. The least I can do. If I thought I could do less, I would. There. Ah.
Hey, Peter.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Steven. Can you add my email to that list as well? I tried putting it in the chat, but it seems like for some reason every time I chat it just disappears into nothing. So I don't know what's going on.
That's because nobody likes you.
That's probably true.
I can dig up your. I'm sure I can get a hold of your email and get it. I think I've got it on a class list somewhere. So yep, I'm setting you up now.
All right, thanks.
And if I can't find it, I'll come back to you and say we have to work something else out. I'll send you my email address. And we'll take about another 10 minutes on this activity. There's some material I'd like to cover before we leave at the end of the day. Hey, Jacob, what's up? For the import, which environment do you use? Hey, Jacob, what's up? For the import, which environment do you use? Use that mod administrator's environment. I knew the answer to that question right away.
Nothing, Peter. I just checked it because I burrowed through the end. Well, not great. There was some mess ups, but I'm gonna redo it again later today.
All right. I told you I would go leaping on people trying to be helpful. So, okay. Just before we go, I just want to talk about a couple of other things to finish this up. I already pointed out that one of the projects sitting in every solution is the app checker, and it goes through. Everything you're doing is actually just resulting in a bunch of entries in a ton of tables. And so what the app checker does is it goes through looking for problems in those tables, cross-references that don't meet, or entries that when it tries to parse them or examine them don't make any sense. And it'll give you a list of errors as it says, by screen. And if you click on, and even shows you the screen where you've got the problem. And if you click on that arrow there, it will take you to that problem in the application with the problem. So it's not like, oh, okay, now I got to find my way to the problem. You just click on that arrow, and there you are, looking at it, decide what you want to do about it. We've talked about those components. You got to import some components into your... Oh, I know what you mean. The components you're importing. I'm sorry, I was being stupid. I was thinking about something completely different. You want to import them into your dev environment. You got to use some components here. They're reusable building blocks. You can drop them on as many forms as you want. like everything else, when you click on them, they have a property window that you can use to tweak the way they behave. And as you've seen, you can import components. Later on this week, you'll create a component, and there's an export option. You could create a file, and you can then share that file with others, email it to friends, enemies if it's got bugs in it, whatever. When you set up a property on a component, it can be either an input or an output property. Now, an input property is one that you can set up in your property window. And typically what happens is when the component is executing, it looks at the value that you've put in that property and it reacts. But you can also access those properties from your code. And sometimes a component has information it wants to pass to you. Perhaps this component, does something and needs to report to you what the result of that change is. So you can use the output properties. So one example of that would be a slider control, 5 to 30. As the user moves the slider around, you'd want to read what is the current value. You'd want to know what's the current value of the slider. So you could store it in the database, so you could perhaps react on the fly as it moved. So you'd need to retrieve that information. So there'd need to be an output property that gave the current value of the slider. We're going to create some plugins, and when we create plugins, this concept of input and output properties is going to crop up again. You can create a Canvas app that is offline capable. We haven't talked about adding functionality yet, but if you want to create something that's offline capable, you use these commands load data and save data. So when you run your browser, and this is also true of the app that the PowerApp app that you can use to run Power Apps on your phone and your tablet. When your web browser starts up, it allocates itself some space to store data. And when that smartphone app starts up or tablet app starts up, it allocates up some space to save data. Now, your application can use that space to, save data. And you do that with this save data command. And when we talk in the next chapter about working with collections, often it's a collection that you want to save. So that when the user starts up again, you can use the corresponding load data to pull the data from this storage. Now, both the web browser and the app, you don't want, some application storing so much on your hard disk or your silicon drive in your smartphone that you don't have room for anything else. So when, as I say, the web browser allocates itself some space on your hard disk to store data, and the mobile app allocates itself some space out of your environment. Yo, Jacob, what's up?
Sir, in the past, working with Power Apps, I've ran into kind of an issue when doing so the connector is to SharePoint 365, right? So there's a list on there, and as I'm making the app, I don't know the difference between submit form, collect, right, and load data, save data, right? What are the differences amongst the four?
Okay, well, load data and save data, that one I can take care of right now. And collect and submit form, we'll talk about in the next chapter. So, in theory, by break tomorrow, we will have covered all the topics. What load data and save data do, so let's say you're running your application in a browser, and you use save data, and you pass it some information. That data is stored on the hard disk of the computer that the application is running on. So it's not going back to your database. It is going onto the hard disk of your computer. If you're running on a smartphone, then it's going on to, whatever micro SD card is providing the storage for your smartphone. And load data does exactly what load data does, is it pulls the data out of that back into your application. So what would be good stuff to store here? Well, one of the things you might want to store here is the user's preferences, so that the user could store that on their local computer. When you start up, you'd retrieve the user's preferences and use that to control how your application behaves. Maybe you'd suppress all notifications or whatever. But the other thing you might want to use it for is to stash some data that the user is particularly interested in. So you go to your database, which is on your server,